Ho 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 ho. Yo ho ho ho. Yo, everyone. Welcome, welcome. Yo. Welcome in, everyone. Let's go. How's everyone doing tonight? Hi. How's everyone doing tonight? What's up? How are you doing? What's up? Hi, Addie. Hey, Marissa. How's it going? Hey, Jenna. Valerie. How's it going? All right. You want to? Let's do it. Hi. Let's see. How's everyone doing tonight? Okay. Just trying out some new mic settings, guys. So let me know how it goes, how it sounds. How's it going? Oh, no way, Marissa. Wow. You get MVP. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? Oh, uh-oh. I'm sorry. I didn't realize how many of you guys are in there until I'm in chat and you guys are all being so nice and kind to me. And I'm like, oh. Oh, you guys are awesome. Very kind. All right. We actually, the science segment is actually the final chapter in our journey in understanding how organisms evolve to live communally, like in a multicellular organism. I think it's such a cool theory of evolution that we know about, that we can see, that we can replicate. So we're on our journey to learn more, trying to learn about things a little bit more deeply. So I'm kind of trying to channel that, channel that mindset. I believe it's, yes. What's up, Sheepadoodle? Oh, man, thank you, dude. Sheepadoodle, you're so kind, man. Thank you, brother. Hi, Leslie. Hi, Kason. Hi, Addie. Hey, Mega Man. How's it going? All right, dude. Let's get you. Still setting things up right now, guys. Sorry. I'm sorry. How's everyone doing tonight? I'm not super spun up on Chloroplast, so it was fun to read about. But oh, yeah. Dude, Chloroplasts are so cool. Like the idea that they used to be cyanobacteria, and then now they got kind of taken in, and now they're inside these organisms, and like, how do their genomes change? How do they change in response to that? It's a really fascinating area of science. Let's try that. Sheepadoodle. Hey, thanks for the follows, guys. All right. Yeah, so chloroplasts are really cool. And you can actually, what's really interesting is that you can actually look at the genome, the chloroplast genome, and you can actually tell how it's changed over time. So the genome of the chloroplast has actually gotten smaller because it doesn't need to have all that free living stuff, right? Because it's not a free living organism anymore. So it's going to change what it needs to have in its genome. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Most people do, and their science kind of go into more human stuff. But I love the plants. I love the plants because it's just so cool to work with them. I'm a microbiologist. I have a PhD in microbiology, and so the chloroplast is so cool. I mean, it's kind of like, you also have a mitochondrial genome too, right? So that's kind of really cool. Plants actually have 3 different genomes, right? So they're their plant genome, their chloroplast genome, their mitochondrial genome. and they're all separate, and they all have kind of like their own evolutionary pressures. But the idea is basically that the chloroplast genome is a little bit different. It's a little bit, since it's locked in, it doesn't have that same directed evolution pressure that you would as a free living organism. Yeah. Thanks, man. All right, guys. 30. All right. Oh, we lost a battle. It's okay. What do you think of combining AI into nature? Bro, you've asked this before, so I think I'm just gonna block you, man. I think you're just spamming. Oh no, are they really? That's cool. I was over there just now talking to them. Yeah, so combining AI with nature is a really cool idea. So basically a lot of the oh no. Oh no. I think Good Trouble's a great show, guys. It's all good. Hi, Christine. Welcome in. Sorry, AI with biology research. How does AI help? So AI helps get those hypotheses going. Basically, it creates like a thing that needs to be tested. But as biologists, there's things that are different than what we envision them to be. Like basically, as a free living organism, there are actually things that can actually be different than just like it's not a chemistry experiment, right? It's not a math equation. There's something that's living there, so you have things that are different than what you think. And basically, AI creates these hypotheses that can be tested, and they just need to be tested in the world. Hi, Ashley. Thanks for joining. And I think like the Nobel was like hi, Carrie, was a little bit too premature, in my opinion, a little bit premature. They need to kind of like, test some of those in order to try to, see, what's actually going on, before they just award it for that. But I think in general, it's a good thing. It's a really good thing. There's been directed evolution experiments from Frances Arnold's lab, who won the Nobel Prize in 2016 on directed evolution. So she uses AI in order to basically pick the winners and losers in a directed evolution experiment. And that's a really cool thing. Okay. Well, if you wanted to come into voice, you could ask it too. So directed evolution is a really cool technology. I think it's like one of the coolest, actually. It's one of the coolest tools as a biologist that you can use, because you're using evolution as a tool in order to basically create a bunch of mutations, and then you just put them all at the starting line and you say, go. And then all these mutations kind of fight for which one is the fittest. And what happens is you can create millions of mutations now through synthetic biology, millions of different types of mutants. And you can use directed evolution as a way to kind of figure out which is the better one. And those are really cool. So AI plus directed evolution, that's a really cool one. No way. No way, Nico. It's if you're that you have to. Wow, that is, dude. Frances Arnold's one of my. She's a legend, dude. She's so cool. She's an absolute legend. Trying to get the mod color to be popping out, but it's not. I need a good color. Hi.
Oh, hey there.
Hi. How's it going? Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm getting you.
Can you guys hear? I'm trying out new sound settings tonight, so let me know if you guys. I'm a microbiology PhD.
Yeah, this is like a really interesting, actually.
Okay,
It's
cool.
the first time I've seen like microbiology on here. Definitely.
Nice.
Yeah. I've and the reason I'm asking about the AI is I'm actually teaching two AIs to talk to each other.
Okay.
And one of our like theories that we want to do is kind of find a way to use like biology as well as like nanotechnology and AI in the human body as well as like plant life and things like that. So
Wow.
it's a bit of a crazy idea, but it was just kind of like a thing that's it's just like a theory at the moment, like an
Wow. I mean, I
idea.
used nanotechnology techniques for my microbiology PhD, so I'm actually kind of you found the right person to ask. So
Really?
yeah, actually,
That's
yeah.
awesome. That's awesome.
Okay, so what are you doing? What's the game plan?
Well, look, I actually this the AI project I'm doing is sort of like a side hustle I've been doing for 3 years now.
Okay.
My main goal was to basically first just connect AIs to get them talking to each other, you
Uh-huh.
know, without being like a third party there and stuff. And then it was like, okay, let's find a way to like filter it so that we don't have to use like a lot of storage and space and
Hmm.
things like that. And then kind of came the mad science idea of how can we combine it inside of ourselves
Hmm.
to actually help, but also like with animals and things like that, but to help us with, combating diseases and
Yeah.
so on and so forth. So, I mean, look,
How are you using nanotechnology again? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that part.
oh, well, that was the thing. The AI actually suggested to use the nanotechnology in terms of like in a way making it uh, in the body to find like the sicknesses and stuff, which sends a signal to the AI. I know it sounds very advanced. It's very like futuristic thinking, but it's just kind of
Yeah.
like, yeah,
Yeah, I mean that's why I joined the nanotechnology lab because it was like science fiction. It was really cool. I'm with you. I'm totally with you. I mean, nanotechnology has like really good delivery mechanisms. It has really good ways of um, delivering the molecular pieces and stuff that we need for synthetic biology and stuff like that. It also has good detection capabilities, so you could like detect specific proteins or specific um, you know different
yeah.
pieces of the cell. But if it's going to be in the brain, it's probably you're going to want to probably use like a nanotechnology enabled device, not necessarily putting that into an organism, because then you're going to have a lot of secondary off target effects, which aren't going to be good.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, it's kind of also a little bit been my argument with that. I don't know much about nanotechnology, but AI has
Hmm.
enlightened me a little bit.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, it's a
so what I was kind of thinking is like, okay, we've got like a lot of like very rare and unknown diseases and things like that.
hmm
And I think that if we can find a way that we have to be like less dependent on prevention and cure and rather like actual problem,
yeah.
whether it's a plant or an animal or a human, um, we could probably pick up things a lot more quicker just by having like an almost computerized system within ourselves.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I've heard about this. Yeah, I mean, I've thought about this. You can actually have a. I mean, you can actually have a. So it matters what you want to detect, basically, like what you're looking for and what you're actually trying to pick up on. So like actually, what the comment was saying with about CRISPR, you can actually like kind of like I've seen nanotechnology. They're called mesoporous nanoparticles. They're about 100 microns, and they just have like a bunch of RNA inside of it.
Mm.
And as there's holes in the think of it as a wiffle ball, and the RNA nucleotides come out over time, and it allows them to express CRISPR, which then turned on GFP protein for
Yeah.
it was like 9 months. It was incredible. So there's like ways of kind of combining them, but the question is why? Why would you want to do it? And why is this the best use
You
case?
honestly want to know why I would want to do something like this? And
Mhm.
I'm bored. I'm really bored.
Well, you got to
So
find a
that's why I
research
would do it.
question, the thing that you're actually trying to
Um,
solve? Like, what is the problem that
you know
needs?
what? The thing is for me, like I feel that we have the technology, we have the skill,
Mhm.
we actually have a lot of very, very educated people in this world. And I think that we're not really, like, I don't know, we're not combining these things to transform our own health and our own future as human beings, because it's only of my opinion, by the way, that I think that evolution didn't stop. I think it changed its ways. And
Mhm.
I think this would be like a transformation into the future of that evolution, essentially.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely think that, like, combining some type of, gene therapy, approach is definitely on the course of like what modern human evolution is going to be, right? It's not going to be from, groups of humans only replicating with one another, which is technically what speciation comes from. That's definitely not going to happen anymore. But some type of gene therapy approach and stuff, it would be kind of like a speciation event. But yeah, I mean, genuinely there actually are a lot of like gene therapy approaches that are kind of like that are changing the game. David R. Liu is someone to look into. So David R.
Oh,
Liu
definitely.
does a lot of like viral nanotechnology delivery for specific gene therapy and really cool applications. He actually evolved through directed evolution, a type of CRISPR that only does single nucleotide changes, so it doesn't do the double-stranded breaks, and has a
Yeah.
really, really interesting applications for diseases that only are from like single nucleotide changes in the body. So it's
Yeah.
incredible lab, David R. Liu. Like that is definitely one to think about, and just reading like in this space, um, reading a lot of papers and stuff in this space, you can kind of like they'll talk about, and reviews are really good because reviews will actually talk about like the knowledge gaps that exist. Like we can do this, but we
Mhm.
can't do this, and this is why. And that those are usually the places where those are expert opinions on where we don't have a foreseeable product yet, but we could through research.
Yeah. No, like I think like all of this idea, this concept is a really cool concept, just like basically based on the fact that we've got so many rare sicknesses, rare diseases, all sorts of things. I've had friends that have suffered from this and family members, and it's always come to the back of my mind with that, like I feel that medicine is just not moving forward, and I do
Mm.
think that we need like a real radical change in how we approach it. And I think the worst part is like a lot of people are fearful of this kind of way, you know.
Mm. I mean, it
Um,
is. It definitely is. I mean, that's kind of like a misconception. There are huge like leaps forward that are happening right now. It's just that
yeah,
people don't know about them and they don't understand them, so that's why they don't recognize them. But there's lots of different types of like huge leaps forward, like the David R. Liu stuff. We're actually genome editing humans now. I mean, that's huge. We're taking
yeah, yeah,
taking humans and editing their genomes so that they don't have diseases anymore. I mean, we're literally doing that right now. So, I mean, that's a huge thing that's happened in the last 10 years. So
yeah,
it's just that people don't know it. And what's happening is that the sequencing, next generation sequencing, has illuminated all the different types of diseases that we have. So now that we have these abilities and this stuff to detect diseases, now we need those technologies in order to change the genomes of those humans in order to fix those problems. And they're being developed, and they're going through trials right now. Hey, Olivia, nice to see you.
that's really interesting. Where would those trials be held at the moment? Like, is it America
Yeah.
or?
Oh yeah, in
I'm
the
just
United
really
States. Yeah.
curious to go and read about this. So,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. No, that. So what you want to do is you want to start following labs in this space. So for nanotechnology, by far the best one in the country is the Strano Lab. Strano. He's from MIT. Strano Lab is doing revolutionary things with nanotechnology approaches for exactly what you're talking about. Basically, smart sensors, and they've put like nanotechnology enabled like basically a smart plate that like was on like a mouse brain, so it could actually sense things that were happening. They've done just revolutionary stuff, really cool. David R. Liu is another one for kind of like the molecular biology side and the way that these tools can be developed in order to fix these problems in humans. And then another one to really follow is the George Church lab. George Church is again like a really interesting lab that's revolutionizing how we can create these tools that can do these molecular biology like gene therapy approaches. So they're just really, really cool. And you can kind of like follow them and then get a course on what is happening, and then it helps to kind of like see what they're doing, and then you can kind of like see what's happening. And
yeah. So like with the biology that you're doing, microbiology, like are you working also with like a little bit of entomology or not really?
I mean, I've worked with enzymes and the fact that I've created enzymes and tested them, but I don't like work just with enzymes like in a chemistry like catalytic sense.
That's cool. I actually was just about to go to bed.
Okay.
But your thing caught my attention so much.
Cool.
But I have followed you, and I've got lots more questions. We'll come back.
Okay.
But it's like 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning now. So
yeah,
I gotta
join
go to bed.
join the Discord, and then I can like I put all the show notes that are there. That's where I put all the stuff for the church lab and Strano research group. No, she didn't. Were you talking about entomology? You were talking about insects.
Well, enzymes, insects. I mean, like, it doesn't matter. Like,
did you say enzymology or
like,
entomology?
Entomology.
Oh,
which is
okay.
Insects. But it's all right. Like, honestly, I'm a little bit. My brain is a bit foggy because I've been up for like almost 48 hours now.
Oh, damn. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, join the Discord. That's where all the links are going to be. And then I have like a show notes thing for today's thing. So you can get all the links and yeah.
Well, this is very cool. Like I said, this is the first time I've come across someone doing some of sciencey on here. And I really have interest in that because it's not very common that you find people actually talking about these things.
We are your corner of the internet.
Definitely. But I'm going to wish you guys a wonderful day further.
Awesome.
And
thank you so much for popping on. I really appreciate it. Thanks for the talk. Have a good one.
Thanks, you too. Okay.
All right. I'm trying to get the group thing. What's up, guys? Yeah. Talking science, guys. Nico, what is up, brother? Friend of the show. Everyone say hi to Nico. What's up, man?
Hey, so I have a question for you. So outside a recycling center in Japan, they found bacteria that digest PET.
Oh yeah, PETAs.
Yeah, PETAs.
Mm-hmm.
So I downloaded the fastest sequence off of the protein databank.
Okay.
And I was like playing with it in AlphaFold and seeing how it binds to PET. And what I was thinking of is I've been playing with evolutionary algorithms, right? So like, for those that don't know, it's just the algorithm that nature uses to evolve. So you get two parents and then you breed children and then you run all of them through a fitness function and then you decide which ones are the most fit. And then you kill off the rest.
What's it called?
An evolutionary algorithm.
Oh, okay. I thought
so it's just breeding.
Like a game or something.
It's just breeding and then like just breeding the most fit kind of like outcomes. So the problem that I'm running into is there's like 300 like amino acids in this enzyme, and the binding pocket has about 20 amino acids. And if I just randomly mutate these 20, there's about 20 factorial possible combinations, which is like 10 to the 18, right? Some insane number.
This is beautiful.
So I don't even know where to start, right?
So I was good, like, man. So good. So
yeah, but it's somewhere in in the binding pocket, I'm like, okay, do I just randomly mutate and then see if it's better, and then
Dude, this is a
try to go
really
there?
good question. So the big part about when you're doing stuff like this, you're creating basically a mutant library for directed evolution, and you're exactly right. It gets way too expensive, way too big, way too fast. So straight away, you can throw out all combinations that create an early stop codon, right? Because that would just stop the protein from being made, and that wouldn't be good, right? You can throw away. You can look at the active sites. You can just change the active sites specifically and just mutate those. But then you can also, because of how all nucleotide changes aren't all the same, right, guys? So because basically the codon table that you saw in maybe in your biology class, where you had, A, T, C, A, T, T all making the same amino acid, those mutations, when you go from that last T to that last C, that's called a silent mutation, because the product is still the same thing, right? The product is still the same amino acid. So it doesn't matter that you change that single mutation. So it's called a silent mutation. So you can just throw away all the silent mutations, but you can also, you got to use your organism's codon usage bias. So every single organism is going to have a certain amount of transfer RNAs that are in abundance, and basically they use one codon versus the other. It's kind of like a language that they know, right? It's like they have an ability to have those workers all in a line in a warehouse sense, and they already have them all stocked on certain levels. And so if you can't come up with something completely new, they're not going to have the machinery to do that. So you want to go with the codon optimized, not silent mutations, no stop codons, and then you can kind of like go from there, basically. But you also, interestingly, you actually do want to have some outside of that pocket. So it's called a steric mutation, where you can actually change the conformation of the protein by creating a mutation in something that's off-site of that pocket. So think about like a lamppost, right? So a lamppost, you're thinking, I want to try to increase the light of a lamppost. So your immediate thing would be, okay, I'm going to change as much as I can at the light. You know what I mean? I'm going to change how big the light is, how small the light is, what the focus is on that light. But what if we have a mutation that changes how high the lamp post that's coming out of the ground? What if we change that? So you could actually change that bedrock bottom mutation that would make the lamppost come down, and then now you've increased it way more than any of the mutations that you could have had at the very top. So that's kind of like the idea. You want to try to like change not just around a specific site, but you actually want to change other things around it too. So
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, but that really makes the problem much more complicated.
I know, and that's why it's tough, man. You got to use other. You can. It's tough, but that's what the incredible part of evolutionary biology is because you're using evolution in order to actually try to solve some of these problems, some of these fitness problems, and that's what makes it so cool. That's what makes it so fun.
It makes me realize that bacteria are evolving on a time scale that's like seconds, because they have to be experimenting with all these variations, right?
Yeah, because they're exchanging DNA without having to have another kid.
Yeah.
So we have a human brain, and we think, oh, we have to, in order to propagate my DNA, I need to have a kid with another person in order to have that happen. But bacteria can take up environmental DNA and just run that. So basically, DNA from the environment kind of works as it's kind of like a code base, like a GitHub code base that you can just run. And bacteria work by taking up a lot of this environmental DNA and just testing out a ton of different stuff. It's like that's how they work. They're so cool, man. They're bacteria. Like it. I mean, to be honest with you, don't tell the evolutionary deniers this, but they actually like, you can basically run any bacteria program or any protein on any other bacteria. You know, the idea that there's even a species differentiation in bacteria is very tenuous. So we have to go through and it's called the 16S ribosomal RNA sequence. And we have to really look at mutations and really have to see how it changes. But the standard, like, you can't, two things coming together and that product is sterile and that's what a species is. That doesn't work with bacteria, man. That does not make any sense. So bacteria are basically open source code that can run any code that they see, and they test that code at the population level all the time. It's just incredible, man. Bacteria are just so incredible.
That's awesome. Well, I don't want to kill your guest count because this is like super niche stuff, but
Oh, that's cool, man. I mean, this is
someone
microbiology,
actually
bro.
did
This is what I
ask.
study. This is what it is.
Yeah, someone actually asked what the fitness function criteria is, and
It
so
matters.
the idea is, can you take an enzyme and have it do something else? So in this case, this enzyme's eating PET, but can you have it eat another polymer, right?
Yeah.
And so can you tweak it and then find if it's binding more or less, and try to guide the evolution? And once I get that sequence, I was gonna DM Dr. Greg and say, hey, can you make this for me, right? And from there, try to like do something. But I mean, this is all theoretical stuff. I mean, with AI, it does enable a lot of stuff, but I am like kind of keeping an open mind that, hey, this might all be wrong.
Yeah.
But it is a really cool evolution experiment, like in silico, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. So,
it's just
but anyways,
a fun way
man,
to like exploring ideas and just exploring different ideas on how you could test things. Yeah.
it does feel like you're God a little bit because you're just tweaking.
KWF, you would use no other nutrition in the media. The only thing that would be in that media would be the PETAs, and the mutations that would eat more of the PTAs more efficiently, that population would grow exponentially larger, because in the population they would just be able to outfitness the other ones just through simple growth. And then you could sample the entire population and then sequence by numbers just what the sequence is, and then you would know something like that. So that's usually how you do stuff like that through directed evolution. It's usually like a fitness thing where the more you are in the population, the better you are. And you can kind of like screen through the possibilities and kind of plan the experiment so that's out.
Yeah.
PTEAs. So PET is a plastic, and then PETAs is going to be the enzyme that breaks down the PET, so plastic. So basically, bacteria have evolved the ability to eat plastic. And we're talking about ways that a bacteria could eat more plastic easier, basically by making a better mouth, making a better set of teeth. And the bacteria with the better set of teeth that could break down the plastic the best would win.
Yeah, whenever you see something end with ACE, ASE, it's an enzyme.
Yeah.
That's like the enzyme nomenclature.
You can ask Christine. We love the questions. It's all good. You can totally ask questions. The goal in these conversations is to help raise the discourse, right? So that you're learning about science that's actually cool and actually interesting, not to just dumb everything down so that it's all like weird analogies that don't make any sense. So you could like totally ask questions always, and this is totally an environment where there's no stupid questions, there's no weird questions. Like we love that. So that's how you
one
learn.
of my
That's
goals,
how we learn as science communicators. It's all good. Yeah, of course. Anytime, for real.
One of my goals is to publish a paper, and the research group is your TikTok channel. Like that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, I mean, you could definitely do maybe. We'll have to check. We'll have to see. I think like a review or maybe like a sociology paper, that would be interesting.
Yeah, for sure. Well, anyways, Dr. Greg, it was nice to talk to you, and talk to you next time.
Dude, thank you for coming. Always a friend of the show. Thanks, man. Thank you. Oh, my things aren't working on. Oh man. Oh, Chad. Do you have any processes in place where people can actively use the science to dissolve plastics? Arnie, that's a good question. I mean, basically, people use it for oil slicks and stuff right now, trying to see what the way that you can break down these oils and stuff. Oh, Dr. T, what's up? What's up? How's it going? Okay. Can you guys hear that? I can't hear that. Dang it. It's like my sound effects. Bro, you got clapped yesterday. Do you really want to? Oh, I know what's going on. This. Oh, I know what's happening. I know what's happening here. One more time, guys. Yes. There it is. Do you have a MIDI? Yeah. It's. I have an audio router, so I have an Elgato XLR and then a Stream Deck, and it's all routed together, and so. Oh, nice. Yeah. Oh, all good, Dr. T. Yeah. We're hanging out more in the Discord and stuff, so all good. I'm happy that you're happy if you want to teach at least. You know, you were talking about it on your live before. All right, Rocky, let's see how far you can last, bro. Let's see how long you can last. What's up, Rocky? How's it going, man?
Hello.
What are you up to?
Nothing. I just hate it when they do that to me.
When
I
they
just speak the truth.
Yeah.
They get me for misinformation.
Yeah. You didn't
well,
even say anything like really controversial, to be honest with you. I don't understand what happened.
No, I don't even know if I can say it now. It's like, okay,
Mm-hmm.
I believe I was talking about 9/11.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
And I was
something like
about,
that.
I was talking about JFK, I think. Or I've done it before, and it's the same thing happened to me. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
I mean, conspiracy theories are conspiracy theories, and then there are theories, and then there are conspiracies. But
What do you think separates the two?
yeah, I don't know. It's just
You don't
that's
know what
what
separates a conspiracy theory versus a scientific theory?
no, I'm not talking about science. I'm talking about the government
Yeah.
and how much bullshit they've blown up your butt the past 70 years. So it's pretty sad.
What do you I got to run down the list.
I mean, I just
We got to run down the list. I don't think we've done a list with you, Rocky. I wanted to see how you feel. So just yes or no to these questions, okay? Yes or no to these questions, Rocky. Germ theory. Do we believe it? Yes or no? Germs.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Do you believe viruses are real?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Wow. Okay. Oh, sick. Okay. Nice, dude. Flat Earth.
But no.
No. Oh my gosh. 6,000-year-old Earth, young Earth creationism. Do you believe in 6,000-year-old Earth? Do you believe in young Earth creationism?
Didn't you go over this with Liam a little bit about the?
Yeah, and he said that he does agree with it.
Okay. Well, the Earth is very old. I know that.
Okay, so you agree that wait. So you agree that it's. So you agree that
Christ, and you have back the dinosaur age. I mean,
so you believe in dinosaurs?
Yeah.
Wow, dude! Oh my gosh.
Of course.
Evolution. Do you believe in evolution?
Mm-hmm.
You said yes.
As far as what? As far as what?
Do you think evolution is real?
Evolution of what?
Of humans, of organisms.
Yeah, well, I think Carl Sagan might have got hit it right on the nail, but I don't know if it's true. We evolved from tadpoles, but that's an old story. I don't
Uh,
know if you ever heard that. You ever heard of Carl Sagan?
yeah, of course. Yeah, I know what Carl Sagan
Yeah,
is.
yeah, yeah. I watched him when I was a kid, and I liked the way he talked, and he was very wise.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
but
Sick. Oh my
did
gosh,
we
dude, I
have
don't understand what's going on here. Climate change. Do you think the humans are impacting the climate and the environment?
no, the Earth's doing just fine.
Okay, that's the only one that you've gotten wrong so far. Do you think
No, it
vaccines are
ain't.
safe?
I mean, all the tectonic plates we've had and all the things that have happened to this Earth.
Uh
Are
huh.
you kidding me? And we're worried about a piece of plastic.
Okay. Yeah.
We're worried about a type of smoke.
Okay.
This Earth has been through way, way
Wow,
worse.
dude, that's
We've been around,
crazy.
and how long have we been around? Only
Yeah.
what, 2 or 3, 50 years? I don't know, 200
200,000.
story.
200,000
Eh,
years. Yeah.
you want to go back to the caveman? Yeah.
No, I don't want to. But dude, I'm
Well,
honestly really impressed, dude. I'm actually really impressed for how many. Um, yeah, dude, Craig. Yeah, I
well,
agree with you. That's like a lot of the new genetic evidence is kind of pointing to 250 to 300,000, but 200 is like a little bit more. Um, wow, I'm really
there's
shocked,
things
dude. I'm really shocked that you agree with a lot of those things. So like why? So climate change. So you don't think that humans are negatively impacting the environment? Like you don't think that the stuff that we're doing is having any negative impact?
Well, it's like, well,
Correct,
I
Ducray.
mean, in 2011, okay, in Dallas, Texas, that area, I worked outside
Okay.
for the whole summer. They had a record 80 to 90 days, triple digits. Were they complaining about climate change back then, like they would today? No, sorry. See what I'm saying? So you can't say, well, it's way worse today than it was back then.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? That's just one little example. You understand what I'm saying? Triple digits,
Yeah.
working outside.
Yeah.
I remember that summer. I was there. I did it. Okay.
Yeah, but like,
So,
okay. Yeah. Okay.
you know,
I mean, but we can like measure this stuff though. That's what I don't understand. We can
I mean,
measure.
no, they're even blaming, turbulence on their aircrafts of today on climate change. The stupid ABC News and CBS, man, they do it every freaking day. They always
We're not
mention
talking about
climate
ABC or
change.
No,
Well, that's
they're
what
not.
they're
They're
doing,
not talking about
man.
climate change
Yes,
anymore,
they
bro.
are. I
No,
watch the
no,
news every day. I watch
no.
ABC
We
and I
don't.
watch
Nobody's talking about
CBS.
climate change anymore. It would be
Yes, they
great.
do.
It would be great if we were talking about climate
Oh
change.
yeah.
It's like
Oh,
we
you're
don't talk
lying
about.
there. No, no, no.
You watch CNN every day.
I,
You sit there and watch
no,
CNN. You
no. I
got
watch
me.
ABC.
You have me set up on
I
your
watch
phone,
it
and you're
for a
sitting there
certain
watching
reason.
MSNBC.
I watch to see the bullshit they talk about to
Is
try to
that
blow up my ass. No, it
okay?
doesn't work anymore on me.
How mad is it
No.
that you can't spam MSNBC chat with what you
Oh
spam
man.
here? You wish you could, huh?
Oh yeah. Well, we need to talk in person with some of these people
Okay.
and maybe you and some other ones that I
Uh,
wish I could talk to that have blocked me. There's 4 other ones like you that have blocked me, and, because
oh.
they just, they're scared of me. So
Okay. Yeah.
pretty much, if you're not scared of me, then why do you block me?
Yeah. I think
I try to.
you come on a little strong. You know what I mean? You're kind
Well,
of like,
I mean, I'm an American man. I've been paying taxes for over 40 years, and this is what the hell we come to. I mean,
mm,
it's ridiculous, man.
I
Both parties have just been blowing smoke up our ass
yeah.
for 70 fucking years.
I mean, bro,
I don't.
I agree with you in a sense. That's why I don't ban people for anyone's opinion in chat, and I want people. If people disagree with me, this is where I want you to be. You know what I mean? So hopefully I can learn, and that maybe you can learn something. Like I actually totally agree with that in the fact that it should be a First Amendment thing to say what you want, and we can talk about it, and this is your opportunity to
And
actually ask a scientist something and have that, and genuinely, bro, like genuinely, Rocky, if you ever have a science question, I really hope that you come here and ask me. That's like the whole
Right?
point,
Yeah.
hopefully.
All right. Okay. Well, I did want to come on.
Okay.
I don't want to take too much more of your time, but
Okay.
okay. When the virus crap started in an election year, you don't seem to forget that. You seem to forget that. That's not
I
a
didn't
coincidence.
forget that. It was 2019. It was right. It was 2019. It came out.
No.
Outbroke in 2020.
No, it started in 2020, but it kicked in right just before Biden won the elections. After he won it, that's when everything, all the testing sites, all the bogus testings that my local news media said that it was.
Who was
That's why
president? Who was president in 2020?
No, this is in 22.
Who was president in 2020?
Well, it was Trump. But
Yeah.
I'm just
So
saying,
all that
after
stuff,
he won,
all that stuff was.
No. After
Yes,
Biden
absolutely.
won, that's when
No,
this
no,
shit kicked in.
No, it didn't. No, it didn't. It's all
Okay, so
started during Trump. That was the whole thing. The 2 weeks to stop the spread, all the lockdowns was with Trump. It was.
No, I was an essential worker and I had to go to work.
Okay, yeah,
Biden
most
was
people did. That's why we didn't lock down.
That's when we were forced to wear a mask.
I agree with
wear
you.
a mask at work.
I agree with you. We didn't actually
That
lock
was
down.
when Biden was president.
No.
You don't know what I've been through. Okay?
I do know, bro. I was living through the
No, you
pandemic
don't.
too. I was right there.
I lived in Utah, and they shut down a lot of things. But the one thing they didn't shut down was restaurants, because you could go inside of restaurants back then. But that was, you can go into the malls. You remember how they had you waited in line to get in the stores at the malls? That's what they were doing in Utah. I don't know about other states, but that was just ridiculous.
Famously, Trump really lets the governors do what they want, and he doesn't want a strong federal government. That's really famously what Trump does.
Well,
right?
living in fear is not freedom. So
Trump lived in. I lived in so much fear that he denied that the virus even existed, bro. He was in the most fear.
Well, I haven't gone over statistics on how many people pass away from illnesses.
Okay. We've gone through this before. Are you going to deny the 1.2 million people again?
Okay, so if that's true, what's the average rate of people that have died like the past 2 years?
That's the expected deaths. That's the expected deaths. Yeah, it is.
Okay.
It is.
Well, I don't know the facts on that. So.
Yeah, we've gone through them, bro.
I
pulled up the graph before, and we looked at it, and it has the expected deaths amount, and then it has a big graph on the top.
All right, I'll say. I just wanted to say.
Okay.
Not from the time this crap started.
Not
one family member has passed away. Okay.
You're breaking up, dude. You're breaking up. I'm sorry. One more time.
No. Okay, is that better?
Yeah.
All right. Well, when the virus crap started, not one family member passed away.
Okay.
And that's why I have I see a lot of discrepancies on all the crap that happened.
Okay.
From the time it started in an election year till now.
Why do you think Trump politicized it?
Oh, man. Do you understand?
Trump was literally president of the United States during it.
No, this started in an election.
I know, and Trump was president, and he elected. Dude, you realize
it's not a coincidence.
Rocky,
it happened in that time of frame, dude.
Rocky, bro. Like, it's hard to believe. Like, this is the actual thing that happened. I'm not romanticizing. This isn't hyperbole. Trump was president of the United States. He literally did not want to lock down the country. He didn't lock down the country. And the Republican narrative was that, quote, grandma has to die for the stock market because he didn't want anything bad to happen right before an election year. And so he denied that he denied that the virus was real. He denied that the pandemic was happening. And we didn't lock down for like another 3 or 4 months until we knew. And that allowed all these people from Europe, when Europe was locking down, that all these people came into the United States. And that's where a lot of our virus came from. We can actually genetically trace where a lot of the virus came from. And it came from those people. So we know.
Do you understand how many elderly family members I have.
No, I
I
don't.
have quite a few. I have quite a few. I have
Okay.
aunts and uncles, and my mother. She supposedly got it in 2020 before any vaccine. So how come she lived?
Because a lot of
How
people
come?
lived without it. I mean, that's not that a big thing, dude.
No, I thought it was a deadly virus for elderly people.
It
I have
was.
I had three of her sisters were elderly at the time. They did just fine. Not, they're not gone.
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to say,
Well,
man, is that
you
just
know,
because someone's older doesn't mean that they should die. And what I'm telling you is that
but
Republican
that's
lives
what the
matter.
media told you the
Rocky,
whole time.
no,
It's
no,
so dangerous
no,
for fucking elderly people, man.
Rocky, Republican lives
Or
matter. And just because they're unvaccinated doesn't mean that they should die. And it doesn't, it's not
I'm not
okay
saying
for them.
that.
Yes, you are. You're saying that
But
it's
that's the
okay for
fear.
them to die if they're older, and that's not okay to say.
You listen to the media, and that's the
I'm not
fear they
listening to
pull up
any
your butt.
media. I'm reading the publications and I'm listening to science.
Oh man,
Rocky, Republican lives matter, dude. It's okay.
American lives.
You shouldn't just throw other Republicans down the stairs just because they're older.
How do you explain none of my relatives have are doing just fine?
Rocky,
You
because
can't.
because
How can you explain it?
anecdotes doesn't that doesn't mean anything. I haven't died yet. Does that mean that nobody can die?
Well, you might if you did take the vaccine. So
No, but I've never died. How do I know that anyone dies?
I
Do you know what I
already
mean?
know a lot of
Like it's
no.
just you can't have like if
I
all we are is a collection of our own personal experiences, then nobody can learn anything, and we have to just completely make up things and learn things all by ourselves every single time. You know what I mean? We have to
and if it
collectively
just
learn.
but when you see true stories, I have friends on Facebook. I have a mother who lost her daughter. She took the vaccine at 17. She
Yeah.
passed away after she took it.
More people died from like with that were vaccinated than were unvaccinated because
And
there are more
then
people that are
it's
vaccinated. So that just
because
makes sense.
and then it sucks that if you took the vaccine, then you still get it supposedly from the fake test.
It's not a fake test. PCR is
Yes, it
real.
is.
No, it's not,
No.
Rocky. We've gone through this, dude.
Oh
PCR
man.
is
You
real.
know,
I've
okay.
done it, dude.
Why?
You know that's the
Okay,
type of biologist I am. Yeah, I've done
then
I've
let
done
me tell you some truth.
PCR professionally for 16 years. I've probably done 1 million PCR reactions. You know that? 1 million
It's
of
all
these
about
things.
money, dude.
No, it's
Why do you
not.
have why do you have three companies at Walgreens trying to sell the test for $23 a piece? Why?
For the
That's
tests?
what they do. Yeah, they have that test at Walgreens, dude. You can get it at Walgreens. You didn't know that?
Well, I mean, yeah, the
Huh?
COVID test. I mean, you
What's
can
up with
test for a
that?
lot of things. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with getting
It
the
says
test?
COVID. It says COVID test on it.
So?
Well, what does that tell you? It's about money, dude. That's what it's all been
No, it's
about the whole freaking
capitalism, dude.
time.
It's capitalism. There's a money for that. There's money for those tests to still be there, and they're making money about it.
Amen. Such bullshit.
That's literally what. It's literally true. I mean,
Oh
they're
man.
not even giving the tests away for free anymore.
Well, yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Jeez. But when it comes to the test, and I was living in Utah at that time. That's after Biden won the election. That's when it all the state would actually make commercials that were so stupid, pushing the vaccines on your ass. Did you know that?
Well,
I
yeah,
bet
dude,
you
because
can go.
vaccines are safe and effective, and they're good,
No,
man.
they're
That's why.
not.
Yes, they
No,
are.
they're not. Not
Yes,
when
they
you hear
are.
about somebody that passes away has blood clots and heart attacks after they take it. That's
Do
a
you know?
fact.
Do you know that blood clots and heart attacks happen when you had COVID-19 as well?
Or you could have a condition already, and then when you take that vaccine,
Yeah,
it makes it
exactly.
worse. It made it worse, right?
No. So the
No, no.
myocarditis and all that
How is
kind of
that
stuff,
possible?
because because
Oh man.
SARS-CoV-2 is a virus that causes COVID-19, and because the viral particles from the vaccine, you're going to have more viral particles from the actual virus. So that's the whole point, man. If you want to avoid myocarditis risk and you want to avoid the heart problems, adverse side effects, then you actually get the vaccine because you have less side effects in general.
Yeah. So then why am I alive?
I don't
Feeling just
know.
fine.
I don't know.
See?
I ask myself that every day, Rocky. I don't know.
Well, okay. Well, I have a routine of, I drink vitamin C every day. That's my vaccine. That helps my immune system. And I've been doing it for,
I know, bro, but there's a lot of people that do dumb stuff
30
that
years.
still live until they're like 95 years old, man. I know. I mean, my cross country high school track coach who used to run 5 miles a day, he never smoked a cigarette in his life. He got lung cancer and died when he was like 45. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like sometimes like it just happens. It's just bad luck.
Yeah, bad luck. That's what they said one time on the news. They said, well,
it's not on the news, dude. That's just what it is for. He got removed for community violation again. Sorry, bro. Sorry, Rocky. Sorry, bro. I didn't do anything. It actually does frustrate me, to be honest with you. I wish that they didn't kick him out. Yeah, Rocky. I'm sorry, bro. So if it makes you feel any better, it actually frustrates me too. So, yeah, for spreading misinformation. I'm sorry, dude. I think I don't like it either. I don't know how to fix it. All right. I'm sorry, Rocky. I'm sorry, bro. We didn't get a community violation. We're fine. We're fine. It's the auto mod thing that's built into the TikTok Studio Live. So it does. I mean, guys, like I understand that you guys don't agree with Rocky and stuff, but the point is, we are trying to engage with these people, right? We are trying to engage these people and show them that there is a path forward that into scientific, more well-reasoned light, and we can try to help them through that and ask questions in good faith. So, even if he's trolly sometimes, we troll back, we have fun, but some of his questions are legitimate, and even if they aren't, and even if he's not specifically being good faith in that moment, there's a lot of other people, that are watching that do have those same questions, and it's okay. It's okay to ask those questions, guys. It's okay. All right. I know I agree with you, man. I think that it is a problem, though, like with my platform and what I'm trying to do, that they specifically outlaw misinformation. And I do think that that's a problem, to be honest with you. I think that there is hi, Ghostface. How's it going, man? Like what is actually considered misinformation is a genuine bad thing. Considering I'm a scientist, I think about this, guys, genuinely. When it's like we think about misinformation, and it's because of COVID and all that kind of stuff, and we know what that misinformation is, right? But think about this: TikTok only exists right now because the Trump administration greenlit it. So there's a really good chance that when they need to have their next TikTok approval by the president of the United States, there might be that conversation that they have with Trump and the TikTok CEOs, and Trump is telling them, well, you say that misinformation clause, I'm going to tell you what misinformation is. And guess what that is? Trump says on his website that it's misinformation is talking about natural zoonotic spread. Misinformation is talking about climate change. Misinformation is talking about science. So that is bad, guys. That is a bad thing for this channel, for people trying to do science communication. So it is bad. So who says what misinformation is? That's the broader question, right? Who says what misinformation is? So it is out of our control. I agree. Thanks for joining the Discord, guys. Yeah, I agree. Stars. right, guys. Well, we're at 1 hour. So I guess we're going to do the thing about you. Oh, not yet. Oh my gosh, I keep getting these things. Okay. All right, guys, let's do a science segment. You guys want to do a science segment? That'd be cool. So we are learning about the evolution from unicellular to multicellular life. How organisms that were living apart started coming together, and now they're trying to figure out how to live. We had a previously, you're learning how the flagella can change, and when they detect them all coming together, they would actually change how they use the flagella. Instead of scooping with flagella like they normally would for locomotion, they start using the bacteria to kind of using the flagella to push bacteria into them so they could actually start eating the bacteria. So really cool stuff. Really, really interesting stuff. And now we're at the last part, the last section of our story. How cool is this? Mass aggregator. All right, here we go. Yes, you know what time it is. Yes, the science segment, the peer review, all the cool things that are happening in science that nobody talks about except for right here. We talk about science. All right, guys. So this is really cool. Here we go. Capesparia auerzaki is a member of the Filisterian lineage, which diverged from a common ancestor with animals perhaps a couple 100 million years after than did cyanoflagellates. So that's like 500 million years ago. So that's actually pretty recent. That's actually pretty cool. Ruiz Trio first became interested in the organism as a postdoc, just as King's lab was setting up his study on S. rosetta. He and his colleagues found that C. oazakia too seemed to be closely related to animals. Ruiz Trio set out to study lineages other than cyanoflagellates because investigating several lineages could provide a fuller picture of the shared ancestor with animals. After sequencing the genome of C. oazakia, Ruiz Trio and his team reported in 2013 that it has many genes related to multicellularity, including some that cyanoflagellates lack, such as those that encode cell surface proteins called integrins, which help cells to stick together and to their environment. Oh, that's interesting. So by looking at how things evolve that are kind of similar, that are going down the similar pathway of the tree of life, we can actually look through genetic sequencing to see what was involved and what was necessary and how it was used going forward. Pretty cool, guys. It's a pretty sweet thing. All right. So discovered in 2002 inside of a freshwater snail, C. oazakia spends most of its life cycle as a unicellular amoeba, but environmental cues can push the cells into a multicellular phase, which clusters swarm together and fuse into increasingly large aggregates. This path to multicellularity is different from the clustering through clonal division observed in chronoflagellates. Ruiz Trio says that the clonal division is, quote, the standard way in which people were thinking of how animals evolve. Wow. So they push into a multicellular phase, which clusters swarm together and fuse into increasingly large aggregates. Interesting. They're like fusing together. Oh, wow, there's a video here that's really interesting. I can't show it, unfortunately, though. This is in the show notes, guys. If you wanted to see the video, it's in the show notes. Here, I'll put it in the welcome chat. I'll put it in the stream chat. Boom. All right. During development in animals, a single cell divides into many cells with identical genomes, a process that probably avoids any genetic conflict arising between cells. It's therefore an easy leap to assume that clonal division was also the evolutionary path in the first animals. So, clonal division meaning that one cell becomes a bunch of other cells. That might be the way that those multicellular organisms first were created. But aggregation exists in many eukaryotic lineages as fast and easy way for cells to form 3D structures, and he thinks this mechanism deserves a closer look. Ruiz Trio and his colleagues found that C. owazarkia uses many key genes related to multicellularity during its aggregation phase. Perhaps aggregation was an essential step into the evolution of animals, Ruiz Trio says, or perhaps it was just one part of the process. Cassioparia owazarkia is one of the handful of unicellular species that Casaburta and Ruiz Trio happily send to the other labs on requests. That is so cool, guys. So the idea that these cells are coming together and they're not just coming from one cell, they're actually coming together, and as a community, they're all stinking together. How cool is that, guys? That's it. That was the whole article. That was a 3-parter. Tell me if you guys like that or not. The 3-parter, diving deeper into one subject and trying to better understand a single article rather than a deeper story than just a quick news headline. What do you guys think? I like it. I actually like that a lot. That was cool because it can be a lot to read through the whole thing on one stream, but breaking it up like that, I think that's cool. Cool. Oh, awesome. Yeah, it's like you get more of a story every time, and we learn a little bit more, and I think that was really cool. All right. That was it. The peer review. All the cool things that are happening in science that nobody talks about except for here. We did it. All right, guys. All right, well, you know what time it is, too. This is time is about you guys. Real quick, this time is about you guys. I just want to thank you so much to our latest subscriber, Marky247. Appreciate you, man. Thank you. Subscription is the number one way that you can help out the channel. So thank you so much to all our subscribers. Thank you for all the people, the top gifters, MB Kami, Lynn, Sheepadoodle, Ducray, Ashley, Alina, Maiden of Mayhem, KWF, and Nico. Thank you to all the likers, whether it's 1 like, 100 likes, or 7,000 likes like Ashley. Thank you, NB Kami, Alina, Lynn, Vanity, Eve, Ducray, KWF, Maiden of Mayhem. Thank you so much. How exciting. Thank you for the contribution, man. That's really cool. That's really nice. I really appreciate him. And oh yeah, if you can follow the stream and also share. Share is a really cool thing to help us spread to people that you know our pro-science message in our cool positive community. Also, my Discord link is in the link tree. Linktree has all the information for the Discord, and the Discord has all our show notes, our primary sources, and like science discussion outside of this. Also, oh, I love you too, MB. Thank you. Also, the Linktree has all my publications. So, what kind of scientist am I? What do I do? What have I done? It's a great question to ask any scientist. It's all there. And during this period, this is my favorite thing to do. This is one of my favorite things. It's my favorite. Vaccines. Who has gotten vaccinated this week? Because we celebrate people who get vaccinated in this community. So if you have gotten a vaccine this week, let us know and we can have a vaccine party. So you can do that at any time. Anyone that comes in, let us know if you've got a vaccine. That's probably be the pinned comment, huh? Let us know if you got a vaccine this week so we can celebrate you. Boom. Oh, I can't pin it. Yeah, I can. There we go. Sweet. Algae make better proteins. Sometimes. It matters. Sometimes. I don't know. KWF, we don't have anyone that had a vaccine this week. It's almost. Oh, you got a Tdap vaccine? Yes. All right. I don't know what is your, is that an eyebrow? What is money? Money only Mike. All right. All right. Money only Mike and Amy. Money only Mike and Amy. All right. Money MM. MM. And yes, guys, that's it. Get the V's in chat. This is it. We got a vaccine party. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys so much for getting vaccinated. We appreciate you. Thank you for taking public health seriously. Thank you guys. Thank you so much for getting vaccinated. Thank you guys. Let's go. Guys, I actually put in my link tree too was actually vaccines.gov. So it tells you the closest place you can go in order to get more vaccines. Because vaccines are cool. They're safe, effective. They're cheap. They're cheap, guys. They're super cheap. And it helps you stay healthy and safe and helps you care about the people around you. What an awesome thing. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys. Thank you. Genuinely. Thank you. Every single person, every single vaccine. We will celebrate you. Come here. And we love that. Oh, thanks, MM. Thank you, man. Thank you. Hey, Ashley. See, that's you not being selfish, right? That is you putting other people in front of your own being scared, right? In your own fears. And that means a lot. So awesome. Thank you. Yeah. Dude, I love that segment. Hey guys, I got something special planned for our vaccine parties in the future. I'm not going to tell you what it is. It's on order. It's going to be cool. It's going to come up. It's going to be big. I'm just going to tell you, it's going to be big. You're not going to think of it. You're going to think, what? What is that? That's what the response is going to be. No way. I can't wait. Can you talk about this, whether the CDC is the best source for vaccine records now? Oh, man. I don't know. Amy, I don't know. Very oddly, I am actually more qualified to lead the CDC than the current leader of the CDC. So that is very scary to me. I don't know what you mean by that. Sugar Blionis. I don't understand. I know. I talked to you exactly. So it is. So what the CDC puts out, guys, what we have to do is that we have to look into what they put out. We have to read the reports. We can't read the media about it, right? We have to read the actual media reports that they put out. And from there, then we can ascertain what if it's legit or not. That's kind of the thing. Start asking for the ingredient list in the shots that they give to see if you actually get it. Oh, interesting. Is that what you do for everything? Do you do your own research on everything, Sugar? Do you know what it's crazy, actually. I think you're right, Sugar. There's something that was found in there's actually something found in vaccines. I don't know, but dang, that's awesome, Sugar. That's sick. Did you know, dude, they actually found this in vaccines, Sugar. Tell me what you think about it. It's 3R, 4S, 5S, 6R, 6-hydroxymethylone 2345 tetrol. Did you hear about that? That they actually found that? Like, did you hear about that? Did you hear about it? It's linked to a lot of people dying, actually. Yeah, 3R, 5S, 5S, 6R, 6-hydroxymethyloxane 234 tetrol. Do you know what that is? It's linked to a lot of people dying. Do you know what I'm talking about? Sugar. Do you know what I'm talking about? Do you think it's deadly? It's linked to a lot of people dying. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It is. You guys ruined it. Chat, you guys ruined it, dude. So I'm never gonna do that again. I gotta do it in voice. That's the thing. You guys are too smart. Got a bunch of scientists in here. How'd you guys know the IUPAC name? How'd you guys know the IUPAC name for glucose? What are you? Who in what world do you guys? Oh, yeah. See, she didn't even understand. She doesn't even understand that sugar is glucose. It actually went past her. She didn't understand. That's wild. That's wild. Wow. Dude, this is the second account this guy's doing. That's insane. What is this guy doing? Yeah, Mr. T, Dr. T, I would not have done that either. Ducray. Oh, you can. Oh, let's see. I reported him, and spam. Oh. Weird. Well, guys, we got open lines. If anyone wants to ask a question, or just chilling. Sure. I was a pharm major and made a huge mistake because I love bio. Oh, I mean, you can. They're very related, Brittany. I mean, you could totally like go into a something related. Oh, thank you, Chicago. Thank you. Yeah, I love wearing boutonnieres. It's just like it's like because men's clothing is very like solid colors. You know, I don't like wearing logos, so I like having like a little boutonniere, a little color and 3D, and yeah, it's more fun. It's more fun. Let's see. One second. Oh, I got it. You're taking tests? Yeah, I'm on TRT. It's going great. I'm fake Greg on Cash App. There we go. I'm in San Diego. Oh, NB, I already have it all set up, so yeah, I can just like put it in. So if anyone has any questions, science questions or ideas they want to talk about, let me know. Jump in. I'm setting something up real quick. Otherwise, give me a second. Hey, what's up, Squatch? How's it going, man? Sorry, one second, guys. Man, that's a good one. I want to know what's the story on red light therapy. I haven't seen a single study that supports it, so I wouldn't even think of that it's a thing. So it's just a lot of people talking nonsense, I think. Oh, okay. Oh, never mind. Lyme's like Lyme disease? No, I don't know about that. I slept through all my science classes when I was in school, but this is so much more interesting. Oh, cool, Ashley. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. I appreciate you. My dad since wow, Michael Ramirez, since it's been there the entire time. Wow, are you serious? Wow, I think that he should probably be tested for long COVID. That's probably like wow, that's so long. Is measles still on the rise? I think so, unfortunately. I don't think that we have a lot of people that are still not getting vaccinated. And it's just their whole thing of, it's not all vaccines, it's just this vaccine has, never, it's always assimilated into them not trusting any vaccines, and that's where we are now. So, yeah. I heard Florida has some leprosy cases. Really? Oh, man. I wouldn't be surprised, I guess. Okay, MB, call me. I set it up. It's on my link tree now. Let's see. I heard there was a plague case. There's a plague? Maybe. Let's see. Plague case, California. Oh, Cutie Bush. There was one reported in California. It's still under investigations, but they believe the person. Thank you, MB. Call me. Hey, Cutie Bush, how's it going?
Going good. How about yourself?
Good, man. Good. What's going on?
So, what's the topic of discussion here? You're a doctor?
I'm a microbiology PhD. So whatever you want to talk about science-wise, or yeah.
So I'm gonna start with this. Are we like getting into like politics or what?
Sure, man. Yeah, whatever the intersection of science and politics and in the in between, like whatever you want.
I'm gonna be honest. I wasn't anti-vax until COVID. I lost a lot of trust in the way we do science with viruses. What's your take on the whole thing?
I think that's scary, dude. Okay, but why do you think that?
Anyone else frozen, or is that just me? Oh shit, you're back.
Okay. So what?
I didn't catch any of that.
So what was the? So I guess we could start with the wet market, the outbreak.
Like Dr. Fauci's a fucking fraud.
Okay, I mean, so the wet market.
We trust, bro.
So the wet market and the natural zoonotic event, the spread, the crossover. What do you think about that?
Dude, I don't know what you just said. Can you repeat that? Let me think about this.
So the wet market, which is where the raccoon dog that was infected with SARS-CoV-2 started spreading it to everyone, and then that's where the pandemic started. So what do you think about that?
There's not much to think.
Okay, cool. So
what do you mean? What do I think? Can you ask a more specific question?
Okay, sweet. I mean, because we found DNA sequencing. RNA sequencing of the virus SARS-CoV-2, and then we found DNA sequencing of raccoon dogs, all at the same spot, all in the same wet market, all in the same stalls. So that's why we know that it was like a natural zoonotic spread and not a spillover event.
Well, I'm not really arguing there was no natural spread. I'm just saying,
cool.
The common cold has a natural spread. So why is this labeled common cold so dangerous?
Oh, okay, really good question. So
Or why should we let the government force us to shut down like for a 99.9% survival rate?
yeah, so I mean, so basically, the difference is like there's the SARS-CoV-2 virus, and then there's the COVID-19 disease. So it's kind of like HIV and AIDS, where you can have HIV and that doesn't go to AIDS. You can have SARS-CoV-2 and you could not go to COVID-19. So, and the big thing that did change with the actual molecular mechanism that did change is basically a 10% binding affinity to ACE2, which is, that was it. It's like a very small thing actually, and coronaviruses are actually pretty weak for viruses. So we actually kind of got really lucky if you think about it. It wasn't like a severe mutation. It wasn't like a severe virus that we don't know how to deal with. So there's a lot of like opportunity that we had to actually make a big impact by doing what we knew how to stop respiratory viruses. And that was kind of like quarantining and separating and using masks. And that was the impetus around it.
So why, even after vaccines were out, are they still recommending we can't go do things? Why is that?
So basically, vaccines are only going to be as good as there are. The more viruses that there are out there, the more viral recombinations that can happen and more mutations spread. So basically, viruses can infect the same person, and then their genomes can just shuffle between them. And what happens is that that increases the mutations that can happen. So they're not just changing like single nucleotides. So they're not just changing an A, a C, a U, or a G. They're changing entire portions of their genome together. So the idea is basically that like the vaccine can help diminish the spread of this thing, right? It can actually help it. And the vaccines can actually save people from dying if they did get the vaccine. At the height of the pandemic, we know that vaccines actually saved about 3 million lives, and people that didn't get the vaccinations, like 300,000 extra people died because of that specifically.
So what's the vaccine's main purpose? To stop the spread or to help you survive if you get the virus?
It's mostly the second one and a little bit of the first one. So basically, you spread. So SARS-CoV-2 gets into your body. Okay, so you get some SARS-CoV-2 in your body, and that is going to replicate until your body starts making antibodies to.
And just real quick, that's like a dormant, like what? Virus? It's a dormant. It doesn't really hurt you?
It's not dormant. It's very active. So SARS-CoV-2 is the original virus. So if it gets into you and it binds into your cells, it's going to start replicating. And that's going to increase the viral load. And basically the antibodies are what your body produces in order to attack that viral load. So once it gets to a certain threshold amount, that's when you start spreading that viral load out. But if you keep it low, then you're not going to be spreading it as much, especially a respiratory virus. So that's the kind of the idea with vaccines, is that you help people keep the viral load down so that when it does spread, it's a very, very small amount, and it's not going to more readily spread into the population. And data does show that during the height of the pandemic, you were about 10 times more likely to die from COVID. If you had COVID, if you did not have the vaccine, you were 10 times more likely to die than those people that were vaccinated, just because of that. Because you basically have all this viral load that's increasing your symptoms, that's causing all these, I think they're called cytokine storms, that just like your body just is like trying to produce stuff, and that's where the pneumonia comes from. That's why the respiratory disease kind of like influences that, and that's how people died.
So here's what I don't understand. Like someone in your chat says like MAGA are super spreaders. So like, I mean, we'll dodge the politics. MAGA is like people who don't get the vaccine. But you said the vaccine's main point is to help you survive if you get it, more than keep the spread down. So why does anyone who has the vaccine have the right, or why do they have the logical conclusion to say, oh, well, everyone needs to get it, or you're doing a disservice, because if they have the vaccine for a 99% survival rate virus, and that they got their vaccine and they're in public and they're doing what they want to do, who gives a fuck if the thing spreads if we have the vaccine out for it? Like, why does the spread matter? If you don't want to get the spread, don't go to fucking a restaurant. Don't go to the bar. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, 99% of the people are not at risk here. So why are we shutting down the government and blaming people who don't get a vaccine? It's just like, that's where the distrust comes from, you know? There's really
so we'd never
logic
shut
behind
down.
that.
So we never did shut down. The United States never did. We did.
A lot of states did completely
we
shut
didn't.
down.
No, we didn't.
California,
No,
New York
no,
shut down.
No, we
That's a
didn't.
broad term, like objectively shutting down. It's a subjective. It's a
No, we
subjective
didn't.
statement.
We definitely didn't. So
They
there
didn't
was basically,
forcibly close private businesses. I witnessed it firsthand.
No, there's a laptop class of people that were like middle of class and stuff that were able to work from home, but like all the GPS data and everything shows
Schools
that like
closed,
people
yes or
didn't.
no? Yes.
People didn't close down at all. It was
Schools
like 2
closed.
weeks. It was like a month or
Major corporations shut down. The NBA stopped playing sports. The NFL stopped playing sports. Like, what do you mean?
No,
we
they
didn't
still
shut
played
down?
it. They just didn't play it in the
Oh
stadiums.
no! March 2020, they literally canceled games,
Yeah.
and they didn't bring them back until next spring, or like, I think it was that fall. It was like October.
All right.
So what do you like? Are you trying to really say we didn't shut down? Like, that
Yeah,
just
we
seems like
didn't. No, we
everyone
didn't.
agrees we shut down, bro.
No, we didn't.
So what was the NBA stopping then? What was the
Do you
schools
think
closing?
do you think the NBA shutting down is the government shutting
My
things
brother
down?
did a graduation on the internet. They did a Zoom call for his graduation. Is that shutting down or not?
No, it's not a shutdown. So
Dude,
like
are you
actual
kidding me? I was
shutdowns.
actually like trying to learn until you're denying this now.
No, because you can look at places that did shut down, like China, and like places in Italy, like did shut down. So they like literally locked people into buildings, and then they said you are not allowed to come out. And they had tanks in the streets and military in the streets, making sure that people didn't leave their houses.
Okay,
That's an
but
actual
just because
shutdown.
country B shut down more than us doesn't mean country A did not shut down. So what do you call it then when we close schools, when all the sports leagues refuse to play, when private businesses are fined every day if they stay open? Like, what is that to you? Is that not shutting? Is that not
I don't
being
think
forced?
that.
Like, what is
Yeah, I
that?
don't think that we shut down the country, dude. We just didn't.
Dude, the only things allowed to be open were grocery stores,
No.
medical facilities.
No, the
And
GPS
that's
data
it.
doesn't back up to what you were saying, bro. People were working still.
Okay, so let's just move past this. Sure, we didn't shut down. So, but let's go back to the question I originally proposed. Whatever.
Okay.
Like, why should these people logically feel pressured to get a vaccine if it doesn't? If like, who gives a fuck if we spread a vaccine? If we spread a virus that everyone has a vaccine to?
Yeah, because basically the more viruses that exist in the population, the least effective that the vaccine is going to be. So because you're recombining the entire genome of the virus, it makes that vaccine less effective.
So, what's your opinion on natural immunity?
It exists.
Yeah, so how does that, like, shouldn't we have a balance of both? Like, let's say 100% of the population took a vaccine. Don't you think that would do more harm than good?
If 100% of it had the vaccine, would that be more harmful than good? No, it would be an amazing thing, because then you'd have like herd immunity. That'd be amazing.
Yeah, but aren't we pretty damn advanced creatures where we've developed immunity to many things without vaccines? Don't you think that benefits our species? Like, if we just have vaccines cranking in us for 500 years, and then let's say we lose that technology, we're going to go extinct.
So basically, like, the United States did do what you thought we did. We basically didn't do mass vaccinations, and we didn't do like shutdowns, and we just let it rip. We
did max vaccinations. So NCAA.
We didn't, dude. It was like we were
Joe
at like
Biden,
60,
Joe
65%.
Biden did a vaccine mandate. NCAA athletes did a vaccine mandate.
No,
basically,
you look at the vaccine rates.
They found every way to incorporate a vaccine mandate, bro. Like, what are you saying?
No, there's not a vaccine mandate, dude. There wasn't. Our vaccination rates were abysmal. We're talking like 65, 70%.
There was a vaccine mandate in every way possible. Obviously, they can't force this is America, so like you can't just mandate every
so then
single
it wasn't
citizen
every way
takes it.
possible. So
But
there
you
wasn't
can
a
find
vaccine.
loopholes to it, right? You can say, okay, well, you can't play college sports if you don't get a vaccine. You can say you can't work for the government if you don't get a vaccine. That's what they did.
Hospital workers, like, yeah. Do you know how much of the
No,
population works for the government?
jobs.
How
All
much of-
government jobs.
Dude, the government is like
Federal
government workers
workers
like
had a
1%
vaccine mandate.
of the population, bro. It's like
This is what I don't
super
understand.
small.
Like, bro, it's like the science is one thing, but you got to understand like the context of like what's happening. You're saying we didn't shut down. You're
Yeah.
saying we didn't force vaccines on
Correct.
people. That's just false, bro.
No, you're misremembering.
There was literally a vaccine mandate from Joe Biden.
No, it wasn't. There was a vaccine
You're
mandate.
losing all credibility when you deny this, bro.
Okay, that's fine. You can be offended. Whatever. Facts don't care about your feelings, man. I'm sorry. Like it just is what it is.
Exactly, bro. So why are you denying the fact that we had a federal vaccine mandate and that NCAA wouldn't allow college athletes to play unless they got them? And plenty of other organizations did that.
How many workers do you think that work for the federal government?
What, 20,000 would be my best guess.
Okay, so let's say that you're 100%
Probably
right. We had
way
a
more. I don't
federal
know,
vaccine
to be honest.
mandate for 20,000 workers. You think
It's way more than
that is
20,000.
a mandatory vaccine program for the United States?
I already clarified. We didn't have a mandate for every single person in America.
That's what I'm
But
saying. That's an actual
like I
vaccine
said,
mandate, bro.
we
That's
found
what a
loopholes.
vaccine mandate would be, and we didn't have that.
Yeah, but we found ways to force it on as many people as possible.
NBA players, and federal government employees. That's what you're talking about.
All college athletes. Do you think the NCAA should be legally
That's not that
allowed
much.
to
That's
require
not that many
mandates?
people, dude. That's not that many
Okay,
people.
so here's the legal side of it. Do you think the NCAA should be legally allowed to revoke scholarships for players who don't get vaccines? Because that was happening.
Yeah, for sure.
They said, oh, wait, we already offered you a scholarship for your senior year coming up, but we can revoke that if you don't get a vaccine.
Okay.
How is that legal? How should that be legal?
Because you're in a public space, dude. You're in a public place.
Military, great point by Bocce235. Military mandated vaccines.
Yeah, they already had mandatory vaccines and way more dangerous vaccines, actually, that cause way worse side effects, like the anthrax vaccine.
Yeah, so is this a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, why are you jumping around? The military vaccines were more dangerous and more experimental, and they were already
This is
mandated.
my point. So this is a bad thing, yes?
So you agree that you don't think that the military should have any vaccines? So, and you were against this before the pandemic?
I'm against mandated vaccines, period.
Okay.
It's just that simple.
Okay. So like, let's say, like, at what rate do you think like vaccines are mandatory then?
I don't think they should ever be mandatory in the United States of America.
Ever. Okay. So like, let's say, okay. So we lost.
Let me state my basic premise very quickly.
Okay.
I think we should have the decision of our own health. Once we let a government decide our health decisions, we lose a lot of freedom, and we saw that in 2020.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't think we lost any freedom at all, and that was all overblown, and all the whole thing of like, oh, we're gonna never get any of this back, and we're gonna have vaccine passports everywhere. That's all just lies, and that was not correct at all.
I couldn't run a restaurant down the street. I couldn't open food. I couldn't open a restaurant.
There's tons of restaurants open, man. There were tons of restaurants open outside.
I mean, yes, there were some open in red states, but California, dude, there was periods where you're like, dude, they shut down straight up restaurants.
So you don't think that the government should have any ability at any point to ever mandate any vaccine?
To force the closings of private businesses and mandate vaccines? No, I don't think the federal government should have that power.
Okay, so we lost 1.2 million people from the pandemic, and we lost 300,000 from vaccine hesitancy. So like, let's say it was 10 times more than that. Let's say we lost 10 million people.
Freedom has a cost.
Okay, so you think 10 million we should be able to lose?
We lose people from car crashes every year. Should we ban cars?
40,000. We lose 40,000 every year from. So like, okay, let's say it's another order of magnitude.
Should we ban cars?
Let's have another order of magnitude. 100 million people are going to die if we don't mandate a vaccine and we actually do this. 100 million people would be, what was like a third of our country? How many people are in here?
So why doesn't? And here's the thing where like it kind of gets like objectively dark.
So okay, can you answer that? 100 million people are going to die. What would you do?
100 million people are going to die if what?
if you don't have a vaccine. We have the vaccine. We actually have the vaccine for this. It's a bioterror. Let's make it. We know 100% it's going to happen. It's a bioterrorist thing. We know it's happening. Like this thing is being released, and we know that it's going to cause 100 million people to die.
Yeah, so we know a virus is going to cause 100 million people to die.
Yeah.
If you take, that's the predicted number. If you take the vaccine, you will not die.
Yeah.
So why should we force it? Why can't the people who don't want to take it don't take it and they die? Oh, exactly, bro.
So you would kill. So you would kill. So let's say it was
No,
the same.
because me not taking the vaccine does not force someone else to not be able to take
Okay.
it. So again, let's go over our situation.
That's not how it works. We just
A
talked about how
vaccine protects you
how
from the
people who
virus.
don't vaccinate actually weaken the vaccine. So it would probably wind up being more.
So what happened with COVID? Did the vaccine work or not?
It did. Of course it did. It was the best
Okay,
vaccine that's ever
because
been
most
developed.
of the
actually.
population agreed it was a threat, right?
It
So
was-
if we have a bioterrorist threat, whatever the fuck,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
we say, yo, it's gonna kill 100 million people, and we have doctors telling us, like Dr. Fauci tells us, so then the population is gonna say, okay, I'll take it. A lot of the population will. So let's say 90% of the population takes it.
Okay.
Why are we demonizing the 10% who don't?
Okay. I mean, if we got up to 90%, I'd be okay with it, bro. But we didn't. That was the problem.
Well, because it was a 99% survival. It wasn't a bioterrorist threat.
No. I mean, okay. But again, I mean,
What was the survival rate of COVID-19? Just state that for the live.
do you know how many people died? 1.2
Dodge the
million
question.
Americans
You
died.
dodged the question.
Do you understand like that in context?
You dodged the question.
Do you know how many people that is?
I'll answer your question if you answer mine.
So the 1.2 million. so if you-
99.97.
Okay. See, again, you're conflating SARS-CoV-2 with COVID-19, and you're confusing them, and they're not synonymous.
Nobody
So-
has heard of SARS too, so that's a bad job of the government telling us I've never heard of that in my life.
Okay. All right.
All I've heard of is COVID-19.
Okay. Okay, so SARS-CoV-2 is the virus, and just like HIV causes AIDS, SARS-CoV-2 causes COVID-19. That's how they're connected.
And the vaccine protects you from SARS too?
Exactly.
Or from COVID.
Yeah, and exactly. So it lowers the viral load of SARS-CoV-2, which means that you don't have developed intense COVID-19 symptoms. Lala, thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's very nice of you.
So you can't develop COVID.
You can,
Until you
but
have
you don't get
SARS.
as severe symptoms. So that's the idea. That was
So you can have COVID without SARS.
incorrect. No, you can.
That's what I'm asking. So you have to have SARS to have COVID.
Correct. Yeah, exactly. SARS-CoV-2 causes COVID-19, just like HIV causes AIDS.
So what is the survival rate of COVID, not SARS?
Severe COVID, like when it was actually at the height of the
No,
pandemic,
just COVID
was
in
pretty
general.
bad. It was pretty bad. If it actually had,
Obviously, if you say what's the survival rate of severe cancer,
Yeah.
it's low. But
Okay.
what is the general survival rate of COVID, period? Not SARS. I don't know why you
know.
brought up SARS. That
COVID
wasn't my question at all.
because they're
It's
related,
not-
bro. We're talking about
It doesn't
them.
relate, bro. I asked you the survival rate of COVID. I don't give a fuck about SARS.
Yeah, well, that's how it spreads, dude. So do you understand? It's the denominator. So if by
Bro,
adding
COVID is the threat, not SARS. Yes or no?
no, SARS-CoV-2 is how it spreads. So SARS-CoV-2
Okay, but
is
what
the
you
is
can
the
have
threat.
SARS. So let me ask you this: if SARS existed, but
Yeah.
COVID didn't, we would be a lot better off, right? There would be no threat.
Yeah. No, this is actually how like
Exactly,
legitimately.
bro.
Okay, so like this is actually how the flu exists. So the regular flu doesn't develop into COVID. Do you understand what I mean? There are coronaviruses out all around us right now. It's just that they don't cause COVID-19. So that you're right. You're right. So if there wasn't any COVID, then yeah, that would be good. Okay. I
Okay,
can
so
look
let's
at
go back to my
COVID
original question when you
survival rate.
accused me of inflating numbers. My original question was, before you accused me of inflating numbers, I said, what is the survival rate of COVID-19, not SARS? what is the survival rate of COVID? And then I said it's 99.97%. And you said, you're inflating numbers. And then you
Yeah.
brought up SARS. But
No,
I'm
yeah.
not worried about
Yeah.
SARS right now.
No, but that was the number that you sourced. That was the number that you sourced because that's
No, I
the
said
amount of
this- I'm
SARS-CoV-2
sourcing
infections.
COVID survival numbers.
Yeah, that number isn't the COVID death rate. It's the amount of SARS-CoV-2 infected people divided by the amount of people that died from COVID-19. So you're using a misleading stat.
Okay, so basically what they've been tracking, if you look up COVID-19 survival rate on the CDC website,
Yeah.
I don't remember seeing SARS. Maybe I missed it. But you're saying they do death rate. They do death rate by so if you get SARS, you have a 99.97% chance of dying from of surviving COVID. Like, well, that doesn't really make any sense because you have to like imply that you're getting COVID. There's an implication there that doesn't exist in the statistics.
I don't.
Here's a very simple question. I'm going to ask it again. If you get COVID-19, fuck SARS. SARS, you have SARS. You had SARS. Now you have COVID-19. Look at the objective number, my man. What are the odds? What is the percent chance they are surviving?
Yeah, I'm looking it up right now. I don't know. I'm trying to find it in the
Tell you
2020.
99%, bro. I don't know why you accuse me of inflating that number. We had mass testing for COVID, not for SARS. You
Yeah.
got your COVID test. You
Yeah,
didn't
so
get your
COVID-19
SARS
was
test.
the underlying cause of approximately 90% and a contributing cause of death for the remaining 10% of these deaths. So like of the increased amount that it was.
Okay,
So-
dude. So you're saying COVID was responsible for 90% of what deaths? That's not the question I asked. If you get COVID, what is the percent chance you survive? You're a fucking doctor, bro. It's a very simple question.
I'm just trying to figure it out. I don't like. It's hard
Like, bro,
because
it's just so, dude, this has me shook right now, bro. This is not a hard question, bro.
okay, I'm trying to look it up right now. Why are you getting so mad? Can you
Dude,
calm down? Are
I'm
you
mad
alright?
because you're a doctor and you
You're
don't
triggered,
know
bro.
the answer to
I'm
this, but you
literally
know
looking it
everything
up right
else.
now. Are you
bro.
looking it up?
Dude, I've looked it up a trillion times during COVID, and I'm like, why are we forcing my restaurant, my favorite fucking chicken tender down the street? I can't get them anymore because of a 99.9. And then I have people bitching at me. Dude, you're a super spreader. Get the vaccine.
Dude,
Why?
because
Why?
1.2 million people died of COVID-19 during the pandemic. That is the thing.
We're
The-
talking about mandated vaccines,
Yes,
right? Not the
yes.
total number of people
No,
who
that's
died.
that's how many people died. That's how many people died. So like 1 point. Okay, so if you took all the deaths of every single war that the United States has ever been in our entire history, all the combat deaths combined them, that's 1.3 million people died, and we lost 1.2 million Americans during the pandemic. So do you see how like infuriating it is that you're actually trying to minimize
know what's
those people that
infuriating,
died,
man?
and you're trying to say what's the amount of people that have ever died, from a war in the history of the world? And I'm like, you could find that in different areas. I don't know, but like we know that COVID killed people, and it killed 1.2 million people, and it's a lot of fucking people.
You know what really infuriates me is my grandpa was battling cancer for 4 years and he passed away during the pandemic
That's
due
awful.
to
I'm
his
sorry.
cancer, and then they say COVID death.
Yeah, probably.
All
could
of
be,
us in
man.
that damn family knew he did not have COVID that killed him, bro.
It
But
could
they
be.
mark it
Yeah,
as a
it could be,
COVID
bro.
death.
Yeah, it
And
could
this is
be.
my point. They inflate the numbers
No,
because
no,
it's
they
only
didn't.
old people dying, bro.
No,
it's
it's
only
not.
old people dying,
No, it's
bro.
not only old people. No.
And here's my
That's so
point.
offensive too. That is so offensive that you're
Yeah,
again.
bro, I don't give a
it's-
fuck. It's my grandpa that died by COVID, so I'm allowed to
Okay.
speak on it, right?
Hey, I'm a patriot, and I'm gonna give fucking pissed if you're minimizing the amount of the Americans that die. So, sorry, deal with it.
Okay, and you're minimizing the cost of our freedom, bro.
What are you talking about? You wouldn't even do anything if 100 million Americans are about to gonna die. Like, what are you talking about? You don't give a
Dude,
fuck
what do you
about
mean?
freedom.
You said 100 million Americans. Here's your analogy. Let's go over this one more time. You said there was 100 million people predicted to die, right? Dr.
Yeah, you
Fauci
said that
tells
you wouldn't do anything. You wouldn't do any type of
No,
mandate
no.
or
So here,
anything.
let me
You
finish
just
the-
said
let me
you
finish the
said
analogy.
that
I'll
we
tell
would
you
just
exactly what I'll
suggest
do.
it.
I'll tell you exactly what I do. If there's a bioterrorist threat, right?
Yeah.
I'd probably get a vaccine if this is confirmed and I see people dying.
Okay,
But
thank you.
Here, I wouldn't think our federal government should mandate it, and here's why. If the vaccine saves you from the bioterror threat, and everyone has the option to get one, why would you mandate it? Genuinely, why would you force people to take it? Why should that be legally allowed in our country? If
Because
you have the option to take it, you have a free option to take it and survive. So why are we forcing the 5% who don't want to do it, who say, "Yo, I'm good. I've been training in my health system for 40 years, 30 years. I've been like following a strict health routine. I don't think this is good for me. I'm natural, I'm religious. Maybe there's religion involved."
Mhm.
And then you're breaching their religion, you're breaching their lifestyle to say, "We don't give a fuck if everyone else is safe. We want to force you to be safe with this vaccine," even
Yeah,
though everyone
because
else has the
people make
free
wrong
option.
decisions. Because people make wrong decisions,
Yeah,
and
but why is the
those people
government
that
allowed to tell
died,
you it's a wrong
those
decision,
people
bro?
that died have kids, man. They have daughters.
Oh,
They have
no,
sons.
really, bro?
Listen, you want the answer? You're gonna listen to it.
You're
Those
dodging my
people.
point, bro. You're just appealing
Listen
to
to
emotion
me.
right
Listen
now.
to
You're
me.
appealing to emotion, doctor.
No, I'm listening to the fucking numbers. If you're gonna listen to it, okay? Those people have daughters, they have sons, and guess what? As a country, it's going to take us a lot more time and effort and generations in order to fix the problems that are going to be caused by all these people dying than if we just help these people make the right decisions by taking a fucking vaccine that's going to save their life. Just like how seatbelt laws exist, man. Seatbelt laws exist not to help the person that's wearing the seatbelt. It's to have all the recourse that would happen. Like, because if these people made the wrong decisions in their lives, that's why.
Let me walk you through this analogy one more time. Let's say you're driving a car, I'm driving a car beside each other. You have on a seatbelt, I don't. Your seatbelt guarantees you survival. You look over at me, I don't have on my seatbelt. Why should I be forced to wear my seatbelt if you are safe?
You just got flagged for a violation
I
for
got flagged. It's
misinformation.
crazy, bro. It's crazy. They don't
I'm
like
not going to
this. They
kick
don't
you,
like
but
this
we'll see.
conversation, bro.
I'm not going to kick you, but we'll see. We'll see.
No. I mean, I'll step down, bro. They don't like the force. They don't like the force vaccine conversation. Appreciate the conversation, bro. I'll let someone else speak. But hey, you should let them know the survival rate. You never answered that question.
Dude, 1.2 million people died, bro. That's the
What's
survival
the percentage?
rate.
What's the percentage?
1.2. Dude,
What's the
everyone
percentage?
That's
What's the percentage, doctor?
I don't understand what that doesn't matter, bro. It doesn't matter.
All right, brother.
1.2 million
Facts.
people died, and you don't agree. Hi guys, thanks for coming in. Thanks for coming in, guys. Thank you. I appreciate you coming in, guys. Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, this is what we do here. It's good to have these conversations with these people. It really is. We have to learn how, as scientists, how we can communicate better with them, and we have to talk to them where they are. We can't talk to them and force them forward. We have to have these conversations, and that's the problem that we have. Okay, guys. So we're gonna work through the queue. I'm sorry. I think Hollow Note was first. Since there's a queue, I'm going to put a timer on. I'm sorry. How's it going?
Hello, can you hear me fine?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Perfect. I just wanted to come in. I'm a new follower for you.
Oh, cool.
Olivia, I don't know if you know who Olivia Juliana is.
Oh, yeah.
She's
Yeah.
been
Friend
talking
of the
up
show.
on Good Trouble. Yeah, she's been talking up on Good Trouble, and I just decided to pop in, and this is fantastic. So just
cool,
wanted to say hi, and thanks for bringing me up.
Dude, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Do you have any science things you want to talk about?
In the same realm of the conversation that was just happening,
Mhm.
I think my point would be, where was the government forcing anyone to take the vaccine?
Yeah.
The federal government, I should say. I know state governments kind of got their hands in there, in a lot of pockets, California being one of the big states that kind of shut down a lot of things
Yeah.
because of COVID and the
Mhm.
vaccine. And my question was, where exactly did the federal government push that on people? Because the Trump administration wasn't pushing it.
Yeah.
And maybe when Biden came in, but that was past the peak of COVID. So I was just wondering what your thoughts on that are.
Yeah, I mean, Cutie Bush is right. The federal workers did get it forced on them, which is less than 1% of the population. And I think that they mandated healthcare workers, there are VA hospital healthcare workers, which is another incredibly small amount of people. But like, honestly, man, if you're working at a healthcare place and you're not getting vaccinated, you're probably not making really good healthcare decisions. And it really begs the question, like, what other thing are you cutting corners on in regards to your care as a patient? That's the thing that I'd be the most scared about. Just a quick anecdote, actually. So, my wife just gave birth to, my third kid, and we are in the midst of the pandemic. It is crazy. We don't have any vaccine. I'm actually shutting down. I left my house other than dog walks like 3 times that entire year. Like I didn't go to any stores. I got it all delivered. It was insane. And we had a leak. We had to have a plumber come to our house. Comes in, and obviously I'm like scared. I'm like this is one of the first interactions I've had in like a year. So I have a mask on, and I'm like, "Hey man, how's it going? I'm gonna need you to mask up, before you come for sure, because you've probably gone to other places, and I'm a little scared, skeeved out that you're even coming in." And he was like, "Well, I'm not gonna put a mask on," and I'm like, yeah, you are. You're going to put a mask on. What are you talking about? He's like, "Well, you're going to have to find another plumber." And I'm like, "I guess we are." I see ya. It's like, and I'm like, dude, why would we ever, like, it was actually California state law that you had to like, mask at that point. And I'm like, at what point is that guy just going to be a plumber and not abide to any other regulation, right? At what plumbing code is he not going to abide by? And guess what? So our rental place, right? A couple years later, guess what happens? They stopped using that plumber because he was violating code violations on all their rental stuff that he was doing. And it's like,
cutting corners.
He was cutting corners everywhere. It wasn't doing things up to code. And I'm like, well, there you go. Like that wow, I'm not surprised, And so I don't know. It's tough.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I see a comment here that says, like, what was it? To not even mask in someone's house. Like, that's crazy. Like, it's private property. Like, sure, public, fine. You don't want to wear a mask, but you're coming into my house with my family and my loved ones.
Yeah.
I would respect that. Like, if I was a plumber, I'd be like, yeah, man, like, whatever makes you comfortable.
Yeah.
I can work in a mask. It didn't kill me to work in a mask for 2.5 years.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
I don't know.
I think people misremember a lot of it. And I genuinely, guys, I actually don't want to minimize what happened during the pandemic. I gained like 50 to 60 pounds, guys, of just stress eating. It was like really bad for my mental health. Like it was bad, like I totally think that it was a big thing for other people. People did, go through a lot in mental health. And I'm a huge mental health advocate. I think that like we actually should focus more on mental health and being, a way that's connected to physical health, and should see therapists and all that kind of stuff. But it's important to realize we did not actually lock down, guys. Like we did not actually lock down like other countries did, like China, Europe, like these in South Korea. We had, which is ironic, right? These same Republicans talking about how it was a lockdown when we were just like suggested to stay home. Meanwhile, the countries that actually had tanks and armies, like army officers walking the streets, those are the same Republicans that have tanks and army officers walking the streets right now, right? And what was that for? They're arguing it's for public safety, for public health. But it's not, right? It's manufactured. It's manufacturing consent for like this fascist takeover that they're allowing, versus in a pandemic, which was an actual thing that was actually killing over a million Americans. And if you rank per capita how we did, we are like 200th in the world, guys. We were awful. The United States was awful. We did not care about one another. We did not support one another. And like I'd say this not to twist the knife, but to say we could have done so much better, and we can do it. And I talk about this still because it's a great example of how we can actually take science and apply it to politics, and apply it to lawmaking, and apply it to our everyday life. And we have to be better about using science in order to better our lives.
I agree. And I don't want to downplay what the last guest said either, because these people maybe just they don't know, they don't understand, they don't fully get it. So I don't like to think bad about those kind of attitudes
Mm-hmm.
because everyone has a learning curve. Everyone takes their time to learn things. Eventually, they'll come to light. I have the hope that one day everyone will finally understand,
Yeah,
and I try to keep that positivity. But
I agree, man.
I actually looked at
We have to give them a hand
Wow.
out. You know what I mean? We have to give them a hand out, and we can't push them down anymore. Because I mean,
Exactly.
imagine, dude, these people were dying at 10 times the rate as other people that were vaccinated. Like that's
Yep.
unbelievable.
It's heartbreaking, really.
It is.
It's a tragedy, and to say 1.2 million people don't matter is wild.
It's so
But
many. It's so many people. It's so many people, and
it's
it is hard. It is hard to. There's so many confounding variables. I do want to find that his exact number. I think that is like an interesting stat. I couldn't find it right now. But there is a problem with how many diseases and how many things and confounding variables and something like that, where the COVID triggers something else, and it might chronic fatigue. There's long COVID. There's a lot of other diseases that are tied to COVID, and we really don't know the exact numbers of stuff like that because we don't know the amount of people that actually had COVID. So there's SARS-CoV-2, there's asymptomatic spread of SARS-CoV-2, and then there's COVID-19. And COVID-19, not everyone that got COVID-19 was hospitalized, or not everyone that got COVID-19 wasn't tested. So how many people actually had a baseline COVID a rate? We don't know. We actually don't know the exact numbers. We actually have a better case based off of the viral mutations in the genome, actually, how much SARS-CoV-2 there was. And it's like, by epidemiology, we can estimate about 75% of the country had SARS-CoV-2 at some point. So that we actually have a better baseline through molecular forensics of SARS-CoV-2 than we do COVID-19, if that makes any sense.
It does. It does.
Okay. Well, dude, thank you so much for the coming in, and I appreciate you so much, and thanks for the kind words.
I do have one question, if you don't mind me asking.
Yeah.
Being a doctor and all, have you ever heard of the disease leukodystrophy by any chance?
Leukodystrophy.
It is something that I think I don't know how long it's been in talks of, but it's definitely been around for a long time. It was once known as an unknown, undiagnosable disease back in the early 2000s, and since then there's been a lot of research about it. And I bring it up because a lot of people have said that this is tied to COVID. I don't believe that.
Mm-hmm.
But I just want to know if you had heard anything about it. You're well more versed in the science world than I am, being a doctor.
There's a lot. So. I mean, dude, so basically this is in the Mayako lab is like the leading COVID-19 long COVID research group. And basically, long COVID is a neurodegenerative disease. So anything that has any type of neurological disorder could be triggered. So I can already tell it's over 50 rare inherited neurological disorders. So and it basically COVID-19 can trigger chronic fatigue syndromes and all that kind of stuff. So it totally makes sense that I can already tell that there's a really good chance that it is something that could be triggered, and we are still kind of we're researching it right now. We don't know.
Still in the early phases. I understand.
Yeah, we actually don't know the exact mechanism of long COVID, why it does trigger so much, but it is there.
Awesome. Well, thank you for answering my question. I'm sorry for taking up so much time. It's really cool to speak to you. You're I know I'm new, but I love what you do so far, and I can't wait to see what you do in the future.
Awesome. Thank you so much for the kind words. I really appreciate you. Have a good night.
You as well. You as well. Thank you.
No, you guys are so awesome. Thank you guys so much, man. You guys have been so awesome, and Good Trouble's stream and Discord and his Discord. You guys are welcoming me in, and I just want to thank you guys genuinely from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. All right, guys, we'll work down the line. I'm sorry, I don't know the order that you guys requested, but please stay. I want to talk to everyone. Okay, so don't leave. Just me, Stacy. Hi, just me, Stacy. How's it going?
Hi, Dr. Greg. How are you?
Good.
Hey, I have I'm a new follower as well.
Cool.
I
Welcome.
thank you. I watch Good Trouble too, along with Olivia and Marissa and all of them.
Awesome.
They don't
Nice.
know me, but I know them.
Likewise.
So
Likewise.
I have a question. I'm 58 years old. I In 2020, I had the Moderna vaccine, both of them, and then I had one booster.
Okay.
After it, I'm in the part of California where it's red, so we had big battles going back and forth about who should get, the vaccine, who shouldn't. Well, I have other comorbidities, so I thought I should get it.
For sure.
Talked my husband into getting it. My daughters, neither one of them would get it. Anyway, nevertheless, and I have to breathe deep. Sorry, you'll get it when I'm telling you my story because I get out of breath. I'm on oxygen 24/7 right now.
Oh my gosh.
Long story short, I got 3 shots, and then I got COVID 3 times as well.
Yeah.
About 2021, when after I'd received the shots and I'd gotten at least 2 COVID twice, I started having a lot of problems breathing, and I thought it was just allergies, California allergies, and carried my inhaler around everywhere with me. Didn't think much of it. And then last year, skip forward, it just kept getting worse and worse. And stupid me never went to the doctor because I thought it was just asthma. I went a year ago, March, started a new job, great job, best job I've ever had in my life, in the middle of buying a house, everything. Well, let me back up. I'm sorry. In 2022, May of 2022, 4 months from retiring, my husband dropped dead of a heart attack on the job.
Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been rough, but this guy never had a surgery in his life. It just the epitome of health. I mean, could just like Energizer Bunny go and go and go and go. So we thought that was a little suspicious, how he never had heart issues and all of a sudden, he's gone. That was 2022. I ended up moving back up north where my oldest daughter is with my grandkids. Anyway, it just kept getting worse. So last year I started a new job in March. By May, I am having such a hard time breathing that I'm physically getting sick. I'm getting dizzy. I had to go out on disability. I called the ambulance in July, and when they came to get me, my O2 was down to 72%.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So through all the insurance and all the BS red tape, I went ahead and I was referred down to UC San Diego in January.
Okay.
I had all of the tests. They wanted their own testing. I had the echo, the right heart cath, and, all of CT scans, VQ scans, all of it. They said I was a candidate for the PTE surgery, which is, I believe, pulmonary thromboendarterectomy.
Okay.
And what they did was, this is so bizarre, I didn't even know this was possible. There's this tool called the Madani forceps. And Dr. Madani was my actual surgeon. So I thought, wow, I couldn't get any better,
Yeah.
than the guy who invented the, tool that they're going to use on me. So what they did was they drained it was a 12-hour surgery, drained my whole body of blood, put it in a vat next to me.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, this is insane.
Wow.
Took both my lungs out, filleted them open, and he used this tool to scrape out all of the blood clots that had become scar tissue.
Wow.
Yeah, isn't this like a
Wow.
movie or something? It's insane. So I thought, okay, very invasive. I was in a medical coma for 6 days. Couldn't breathe on my.
Wow.
Yeah, and I had a vent. So anyway, on the seventh day, when they woke me up, they thought I was good enough, and my kids and my sisters were there, and they're like, "Take this out of her, see if she can breathe."
Uh-huh.
Anyway, I did. I could breathe on my own. Well, I stayed in ICU for a couple more days, and then another floor, a few more. Was released, came back home to Northern California, and when I went into the hospital, I'm sorry this is so long, but I want
No,
to include all of
please, please.
details.
Yeah, we're all good.
So when I went into the hospital, I was only on 2 liters of oxygen. When I left the hospital, she did the walk test with me. One of the nurse practitioners did the walk test with me to see
Mm-hmm.
what I needed to go home on. I took 5 steps out in the hall, and my O2 dropped to 74.
Oh
So
my
she's like,
gosh.
you know, I am still on 4 liters of oxygen 6 months later.
Oh man.
My question for you is, okay, well, I'm almost done. I'm sorry. I'm
No,
not questioned yet.
you're all good. You're all good. Take as much time as you need.
They they wanted to wait. I had called them San Diego a couple times and said, I'm not getting better. What is happening?
Mm-hmm.
I'm still not breathing well. I can't do anything. I'm dizzy. I'm passing out.
Oh my
Um,
gosh.
I've landed in the hospital at least 5 times this last year. And they said, give it time, give it time.
Yeah.
Most people take the full 6 months to recuperate. So I said, okay, well, it's been over 6 months now. I did all of the scans for the comparison. They wanted to do, they did all the scans before the surgery, and then they wanted to do them at 6 months to compare. Well, they compared them. I got notice yesterday that both of my lungs are full of blood clots again.
Oh no.
I know. And so I am just at a loss. I don't understand. I've got specialist after specialist looking at it. Everybody up here where I live in very northern California, they don't know what to do with me. So most
Yeah.
of my doctors are at UC Davis in Sacramento. Yeah, so I have my specialist pulmonologist and a cardiologist because of my lung issue, it has put so much strain on my heart that
Yeah.
I'm in active heart failure, of course.
Oh my gosh.
So when I saw the specialist last week, I asked him,
Uh-huh.
I'm finally getting to the point, I'm sorry.
No, please. It's okay.
I said, I told him, I had the booster and the vaccination, 3 shots, and I also had COVID 3 times. Do you think that either one of those could have caused all of these issues in my lungs?
Mm-hmm.
And he said, you know what? I'm a data guy, and I'm getting more and more information, especially about the Moderna, that yes, people are having issues with their lungs, with blood clots forming, and so on and so forth. And I just thought that was very interesting. Him and my pulmonologist kind of said the same thing. They don't really want to commit, which I totally understand.
Yeah.
I just kind of wanted to get their opinion on what they thought.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't really know what to do now. I mean, they want me to have some other kind of surgery. First of all, I'm not sure I could do another surgery. I'm still, I don't have any life at all. I'm home on oxygen 24/7.
Yeah.
So do you think that the COVID or the vaccinations had anything to do with all of this problem I have?
I mean, so just to be clear, I'm not a medical doctor. I'm a microbiology PhD, but I mean, based off of the data, that I've seen, I would be more likely to be the COVID than the vaccines, because the vaccines have been given out to like 6 billion doses at this point. So and if there's any type of blood clots or any type of heart issues or side effects, the side effects from an actual SARS-CoV-2 infection that develops into COVID-19 is way worse, right? Because
Okay.
it's actually a really small amount of RNA that they actually put into your body. The RNA is actually going to degrade really quickly. That stuff is like really easy, like just like it's like clay. You know what I mean? Your
Right.
body just will eat it up and use it really quickly. So it's not going to stick around. So an
Okay.
actual SARS-CoV-2 infection is going to replicate. It's going to make new RNA. It's going to make new spike proteins, and it's going to. This is what long COVID is basically. Long COVID is when SARS-CoV-2 keeps replicating inside the body, keeps replicating, and that's just more viral load. So I would be actually more curious about you going personally to like a long COVID clinic, and then seeing if there was any type of like detectable long COVID SARS-CoV-2 like latent infections or something like that. I think that would be a more idea, like more something. And I mean, respectfully to your physicians, like you didn't like stay up to date with your COVID boosters anyway, right? I mean, you
I did not. No.
yeah. So I mean, normally like an immune compromised person is going to be like every 6 months you can get it, every 12 months at the latest. So yeah, well, there's no long COVID tests, but yeah, there's long COVID clinics where you can get diagnosed with long COVID. Absolutely.
Okay.
So it's not it isn't like it isn't as cut and dry as a SARS-CoV-2 one, because like you can actually test for the actual virus and stuff, or actually PCRing the actual genome of the virus, and we can like find it. But yeah, that's what I would think it would be. Somewhere along those lines. You
Okay.
didn't get enough of the COVID boosters, and it doesn't stick around. So
Okay. That makes sense. Yeah, actually, that makes sense. Did forget one important caveat. I have, throughout all the testing, they found out that I have factor V Leiden.
what's that?
It's basically a hereditary gene mutation that makes you a super clotter, basically.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's going to be so
So,
that plus these type of latent. If you have any type of latent SARS-CoV-2 infection, that would
right.
be yeah.
Okay.
So like for example, they found like SARS-CoV-2 in the testes of men. Like
Wow.
it'll like kind of like spread, and so it
Wow.
gets there, it gets places, and it continues to replicate sometimes. So that's actually there's actually one of the viral genomes that we found through sequencing was basically an immune compromised AIDS patient that, or some kind of, I don't know if it was AIDS, it was an immune compromised patient that had a latent infection of one of the earliest alpha SARS-CoV-2 genomes. And it's like you have like the mutation maps, and they're all linked out, and it's just like in an island. This thing was completely separated out, and it had all these different mutations because it had just been in this person's body replicating error. So it was just so different than all the other viruses. So as a scientist, I kind of like I nerd out about that, but I just think about, oh my gosh, think of how many viral mutations over replication errors this thing has actually gone through, and like that's just wild. But yeah, so
Yeah.
there's yeah. But
Sorry.
I'm
I'm
so
sorry.
sorry about your what you've gone through. I mean, it doesn't really matter where or how it's happened. I'm just I feel for you. I'm so sorry that it happened. That is an intense procedure. That is crazy.
Yeah. It was. It was a little much, and yeah.
Wow.
It was a little much, but I have sisters and my daughters, and they're like, "Mom, you have to do it, and you
Hmm.
have to do it to." But
Yeah.
if now 6 months later my lungs are full again, I can't go through a surgery like that every 6 months. I don't know.
Yeah.
what they're going to do at this point. But really, I just wanted your opinion on whether you thought COVID had anything to do with it or not.
Yeah,
It's
COVID, yes. The vaccine, no. That's what I would say. That's what I would think.
got it. Okay.
Yeah, and
Okay.
honestly, to be 100% honest with you, it probably
Yeah.
would have been worse, and maybe the outcome would have been even more
Really?
severe if you didn't have the vaccine. That's what the science genuinely does say.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking I was doing what was best for me, but I don't know. But yeah, it does seem like that because my youngest, who is a very fit athlete, she's 33, but she's a very fit athlete and played professional basketball. I only say that so you'll understand how healthy she is.
Yeah.
She got COVID in December of 19, and she
Wow.
said today, when she still works out, she can feel her lungs, getting stressed much worse than they ever were before when she's training.
Wow.
So, and she didn't have any vaccinations. So,
Wow.
anyway, interesting stuff.
Thank you so much for sharing your story. I appreciate you sharing that, and I really hope for a fast and full recovery for you. And
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll keep watching. I'll be in the chat.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, guys. Sorry, I do not know the order. Sorry, Rocky. We got a lot of other people, bro. I'm sorry. Let's go with Laura. Hi, Laura. How's it going? Laura, are you there? Are you muted, Laura? Well, thank you, Rabid Pack of Otters. Thank you. Those sea otters are so sick. Is that what you are? Rabid Pack of Sea Otters? That would be sick. Okay, Laura's out. Thank you, Laura. Re-queue if you're here, or Laura. Okay. Brandy. Oh. I tried to say Brandy, but she dropped her just as I clicked it. Cotty Styles. Okay. The monoclonal antibodies for COVID-19. Marissa, is that what you're talking about? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Brandy or Cotty, are you guys there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I just wanted to get your opinion on something real quick.
Sure.
You seen the news article about Bernie Sanders and JFK, right?
No.
You said something on your description about politics too. That's why I brought it up.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, Bernie Sanders and JFK.
Yeah, he's calling out JFK and saying he's a danger to the nation. And
you mean RFK?
Or RFK? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, RFK is an absolute danger to. Honestly, he should probably be in jail for how much danger he's putting people in. But yeah.
I agree 100%. I just wanted to see your thoughts on it.
Yeah. I mean, he's not only gutting science spending, he's gutting the future of vaccine development in this country. He's gutting the our ability to respond to the next pandemic. He's about to release. He's actually trying to influence not just us on our science and curtail all the science that we do here. He's actually trying to curtail other countries' science by going to journal publications and crying to Denmark's premier medical publication about a study, a 1.2 million child study that didn't link like aluminum to any type of neurodivergent disorders. And instead of having any type of study himself or doing any work himself, he's just tried to get it retracted. So, but I think it's probably related to his the report that they're going to come out next month that's going to try to link vaccines with autism and stuff like that. So, yeah, RFK is an awful he's an awful person that's pushing disinformation. Like, I just want to be clear, like, for people that are subjects of disinformation, right, that have been misinformed and that are repeating misinformation, I do think that we should have compassion for these people. They've been misled into actually believing things that are harmful for them and the people who are around them, and we need to try to help them. And that's what this channel is about. It's really for those people. For the purveyors of disinformation, though, we are ruthless to them, and we give no quarter to them, and we have no hope of ever helping those people, and they should definitely be castigated and not be allowed in any type of political leadership position ever in the future. That's how I feel.
I'll be around to watch your lives. I'm kind of glad to see that there's actually somebody that's a professional is doing this right now. So
cool, man. Thank you. You guys have been like so awesome, and I thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
All right. Thank you. Have a good one.
You too.
All right. Brandy, are you there? Brandy's gone. Okay. All right. Shelly Chance. Hi, Shelly Chance. How's it going? Oh, I'm sorry, Brandy. Can you re-queue then? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to kick you. You were I didn't hear you, so maybe your mic was off. How's it going, Shelly?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. How are you?
Oh, I'm great. Like, this is fascinating. That's the first time I've heard you.
Cool.
And that's really fun. I love it. Again, like the last person that said that professionals are stepping up. Because I think, like, as far as like, I don't know, just even healthcare in general, like, we're not listening to experts anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And I've got a couple of COVID things that I wanted to talk about.
Sure.
So I lost my job like right away, like very early, like in COVID. And like when we first locked down, like immediately, like we were all terminated.
Mm-hmm.
Before we were even on lockdown. And at that moment, my grandparents were both 90. And so I went, you know what? This is where I'm going to plug in.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go over and just like live with my grandparents.
Okay.
And like take care of them and make sure they don't get sick. Right.
Yeah.
And this was when we were all like really scared. And my grandpa was kind of like declining mentally. My grandmother was not, but she was kind of physically broken down. Right. So I'm just going to go manage their household because it's a lot, right? So I did that, and I took COVID very seriously because I was fiercely protecting the health of my grandparents. So I didn't go anywhere, and I just made sure that they didn't either. Like it was a thing. Like I would take them to the hospital, like or their doctor's appointments or whatever they had to do. Like I did all of that. My grandmother, she died when she was 90, and she did die from COVID. Like she died from the Delta strain.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, thank you for that. But she also was 90, and she had AFib, and she had like all kinds of other stuff going on with her. But we were very, very fiercely protective of keeping them like clean and sterile and safe when we were like locked down that way. She was also a nurse, and she went to nursing school in the 40s.
Mm-hmm.
And when she died, she left, I think when she was sitting around a lot because we didn't let her go anywhere. I mean, like the beauty salon was a big damn problem because she was a lady that got her hair done every Friday, and like that was a thing. And just, I mean, we were just like, no, you can't go. We're all gonna try to do your hair, and we could never do her hair.
Yeah, I cut my kids' hair during COVID.
It was it was the thing. Like we all tried to do my grandmother's hair. Like me, my sister, my cousins, my aunts. Like we all of us did it really, really bad. But it like her hair was a damn thing. But when she died, she had she had been sitting around thinking about COVID from the perspective of a nurse, and how many pandemics she had lived through. And we found a bunch of notes that she had handwritten in the seat of her, walker, about COVID. Like, she was really thinking about COVID. And some of the things, she went back to the iron lung, and she was talking about being in nursing school when
polio.
Yeah, when the iron lung was a thing,
Yeah.
and she talked about like never forgetting what that sounded like.
Yeah.
And
Wow.
then she talked about smallpox, and and tuberculosis. I think those were, I don't know that all of those were pandemics, but those were definitely like major health crises, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's huge. I mean, go ahead.
She gave immunizations out of her house.
Wow, what a badass.
Yeah, when that happened, like, she was a station. She mentioned that, and one of the things that I think that she had written down, like, this is just, she jotted, these were notes, right?
Wow.
Not even like a full like dissertation or anything. It was just like handwritten notes. One of the things that she said was like, I've lived through all of these things, and one of the things that I don't ever remember is the level of panic in our people. Like, that wasn't a thing. She was like, I remember us waiting in line to get like smallpox vaccines.
Yeah.
And polio vaccines, and she was like, it didn't matter who you were, like the mayor, the councilman, like the senators, like whoever, we all just waited in line with each other, and we went to these places and we got our shots, and like, it was a thing. Like, right now during COVID, there's so much panic in our people. Like, that's not something that I've ever like recalled as a nurse.
Wow. That's interesting. Because I had heard that there was a lot of fear about polio specifically from parents and stuff, because it was just so. I looked this up. I didn't know about polio that much until like last week. I was just reading the Wikipedia, and there's like 75% asymptomatic spread, which is wild to me. They're like SARS-CoV-2 is dramatically higher than that, and it's over 95%. But the idea that like it actually had that asymptomatic spread, so element of it where you didn't know if you had it and you're spreading it to someone else, and so I thought that element of fear would be somewhere, and you would see that. So it's interesting that like an anecdotal evidence of like someone that didn't have that in there.
Yeah, she used the word panic, which I thought was really, really fascinating. Like, I don't ever recall the level of panic in our people today. Like, that was one of her observations that I thought was really interesting.
Yeah.
And she was sitting on that because it was in her walker. Like, it was in the like when you lift up the thing on the walker, like those were her candid notes when COVID was happening. And the irony of it is that she ended up dying of COVID.
Yeah.
But she was also very stubborn about it. She wanted to get her hair done.
Yeah.
She wanted to go out of the house. And there was only so much we could do for her for that. But it also started to affect her mental health. It was like, she needs to do this. Like, this is part of her mental health. Like, I didn't care. Like, my hair was going gray. Like, I didn't care. But she really, really did. And yeah, that's what ended up taking her out, which it was terrible because she died on a ventilator alone. And like didn't deserve it. But I think her words are really interesting.
Yeah, that is incredible. Do you have them?
I do.
Wow, if you could like transcribe some of them, like the quotes and stuff, that'd be really interesting. Just to.
Oh, I'll send it to you. Like, okay. I've got it. She wrote them. They weren't. It's not even like a full narrative. It's like sticky notes in her handwriting
Okay.
that
Wow.
goes back to the 40s. Like she was doing this and I was living with her and I didn't even know she was doing it.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be really interesting just to see the perspective of someone that was going through these health scare, especially polio. I mean, polio is such an interesting time because there was actually the first wave of vaccines of polio. Like 10% of people got polio from them. It was basically a virus that was inactivated, that wasn't inactivated all the way accidentally. So yeah, people actually got polio from the polio vaccine, but yet still people still went out and got the polio vaccine. So they still like had some love for the vaccine. So yeah, if you could send it, like join the Discord, and if you could post it, that would be like that would be an incredible like contribution. So that'd be really cool.
Yeah, I will. And it's all in her like very hard to read nurse handwriting.
Standard. So that's how you know it's legit.
Totally. It's in that. So the other thing I had another thing I wanted to talk to you about if you have time for it.
Yeah,
And
real
this
quick,
is-
sure.
Sure. Yeah, I'll be very fast.
Okay.
So this is another like COVID thing. So I did, because I was taking care of my grandparents and I was being very serious about that.
Mm-hmm.
I did all 3 vaccines, like the first 3 rounds. After I got my 3rd booster, and I had never had COVID, like I got it 2 years after my 3rd vaccine. I was like, I didn't get it for a long damn time. After I took the 3rd vaccine, a month later, I lost the feeling in my legs.
Oh wow.
Just about a month later, overnight, I got up one morning and everything, like I hadn't done anything different.
Mm-hmm.
Like I woke up one morning and I couldn't feel my legs.
Mm.
It was I'm 50, by the way, and I'm very healthy.
Yeah.
Like I'm a fit 50-year-old. I don't take any medication other than vitamin D. And I woke up, I couldn't walk. I went to take a shower and I almost fell down in the shower because I couldn't rinse like the shampoo out of my head,
Mm-hmm.
like out of my hair, because I was leaning back. I had to sit on the bed to like put my clothes on because my legs were numb.
Yeah.
It got so bad. I was falling down. And I ended up driving myself to like, I don't know, an ER going, am I having a stroke? Like, I didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
So those are big words. So then like they came in, they're like, you're not having a stroke, but your blood pressure is really high. And I'm like, it's usually really low, but I think you guys are freaking me out right now.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody could ever figure out why I lost the feeling in my legs. And I lost the feeling in my legs for about 3 months.
Oh wow. Oh my gosh.
And
Wow.
nobody can tell me like why that happened. So since I got and all I could think about is the only thing that different that I did is the vaccine, and that might be stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't know. So I've just pushed pause on the vaccine. Like maybe that's too much medication for me. I don't know. I had never had COVID before this. I got it afterwards, but never before. But I literally lost the feeling in my legs for like several months.
Okay, let's check it out. I'm typing in VIRS, limb numbness, COVID. So we'll see if there something has. Oral side effects, curbing hesitancy. Yeah, nothing there that I can see. It's just I wouldn't think that they're really, basically you're gonna have if it hits a nerve or something, because it's an IM, so it's intramuscular injection. And if it actually hits a nerve when it goes in, which is super rare, but if it does, then you're gonna have some type of like immediate thing. So the fact that it's like months later, it's less likely to be an adverse side effect from the actual vaccine, if that makes any sense. So the
Well,
longer,
that's exactly what my doctor said. He
oh,
was like, "It's been too
I get lucky.
long," and yeah, no, that's exactly what my doctor said. He was like, "It's been too long for it to be that," but I was like, "What is it?" Because there isn't anything else I'm putting in my body that's different. But I'm
Yeah.
like tripping on the floor and falling down, and I can't feel my feet. Like sometimes I had to take my shoes off and walk barefoot.
Yeah.
In
Yeah,
order to
Sid,
feel the ground.
Sid, you're right. I mean, that absolutely. So that's why I put in VAERS into Google Scholar. So when you put VAERS into Google Scholar and then the thing that you want to see from the VAERS study, it's going to tell you the studies that are from the VAERS data. You don't want to just type in VAERS limb numbness into Google, because then it'll show you all the limb numbness that are related to it, and that's not a study. So basically, the VAERS database is just kind of like an open thing that people can submit to, but you need to have a study of the data to actually prove anything. But thank you so much for getting in here. I really appreciate you sharing, and that would be so cool to share about your those firsthand accounts of living through polio. So thank you so much for getting in here and talking about it.
It's fun.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right.
Have a good one.
You too.
Bye. Brandy, thank you so much. Thank you so much for 12 months. That's so nice of you. Thank you. Oh, that's so cool. Okay. All right. So Brandy is next. Sorry, I forgot that you were here. Sorry, Brandy.
Hey.
Thank
No,
you so
you're
much. I
totally
appreciate you.
fine. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Like to support all of our people that we follow that and totally appreciate them. And doing subscriptions is one way I really think that we can show our appreciation.
Yeah,
So
you're right.
I'm
Thank you.
absolutely. So I just wanted to talk to you really quick. I got my vaccine today. I'm very happy that I did.
Dude,
Everything,
Brandy, no, guess what? Do you
yeah,
know what we
everything
do
went
here?
well. What do you do?
Oh my gosh. Well, we do vaccine parties. So everyone that gets a
Yay!
vaccine, we celebrate them by having a vaccine party. So thank you
Oh,
so
that's
much.
very
Thank you. Good
nice.
job, Brandy. We celebrate people
Oh,
who get vaccines because we celebrate public health here. So thank you so much. People put their V's up. Put
oh,
V's
that's
into
very
chat.
nice
Thank
of
you
you.
so
I've never
much.
seen that. Oh, that's
Yeah.
awesome.
Good job. Let's
Yay!
go, chat. Good job. I love it. Love it. Good job, guys.
Cool, cool. Well, I just wanted to talk to you really quick about something. And Cutie Bush, whatever his name was, he kind of
Mhm.
brought it up, and it made me
Yeah.
think of next month I'll be a 15-year cancer survivor.
Okay.
So he was saying how he thought that his grandfather, I believe I'm correct about that, was labeled as a COVID death, right?
Yeah.
And so he thought that he had cancer, and it possibly could have been that he died of, his cancer and not COVID. But you really don't know that if you are an immune compromised person,
Exactly.
correct? I mean, there's just no way for them to really actually know. I mean, they can't know that, and I hope people understand that or eventually can make peace with that. And I really, I was sitting here thinking about it, and I wanted to ask you a question. I had cancer 15 years ago, okay?
Wow.
Then
Congratulations.
thank you very much. Then came chemo, like the whole gamut. Okay.
Wow.
So then my dad in 2015, he unfortunately got melanoma and passed from that.
I'm sorry.
And so, no, it's fine. I'm okay with it. Made peace with it. And then my mom got cancer last year. And this is 15 years ago
Wow.
that since I got cancer. So here's my question to you. I noticed and my dad and my mom, with the span of 10 years, definitely they actually have, went to the same cancer center, and I went to a cancer center in Georgia because my husband is Air Force. So we were in Georgia. So we're vaccinated, COVID, flu, like everything, right? And my husband has more vaccines you possibly ever can imagine being in the military.
Yeah.
So I just want to know from you, the nurses and the doctors of the cancer center told me this year when my mom was going to she made it, she's through her cancer treatment. They told me that they have seen an explosion of cancer patients.
Hmm.
And I wanted to know your opinion if you thought any way possible that the COVID virus has anything to do, or not getting vaccinated from it has anything to do with cancer patients all of a sudden with an explosion of them actually, and not only that, I've had a lot of young friends die from cancer.
Hmm.
And also, like, it's just, they said that they've never seen this many people with cancer before. They said they cannot even keep up with it. They can barely get people scheduled. And this is a huge cancer center in Tennessee. And they can barely keep up with the patients on a schedule to get them into chemo. I mean, the whole thing. And so I just wanted to know your thoughts about that, and if you think that that's possible, that that has anything to do with it. I mean, I don't know if it does,
My
but
hypothesis would be that it's more likely that people were putting off screening for the 2 years or whatever that they, were
with
normally going to go into the doctor's office
right,
for, and then now
right,
they're showing up with more severe symptoms that they would normally have. So
right. I wondered about that. You think that's what happened because we weren't going to the doctor like we should have and things like that?
yeah, so I just posted up the let's see here. Um, let's see, I just pull. Let's see here. I just found a Lancet article kind of talking of something about that. Let me see. 1 second.
COVID is proven to increase cancers. I mean, that's what Heather said in the chat.
I would,
I
yeah, I mean,
mean,
that's the Wild West. We use
yeah.
publications and stuff here.
Yeah, that's
Um,
like you can't just make that kind of statement. I mean, it's got to be. I mean, you've got to have medical journals and
this is
research
interesting. So
studies.
cancer. This is the Lancet, which is a legit cancer publication. Cancer
Oh yeah,
incidence
I'm
and
familiar with
mortality
it.
in Australia from 2020 to 2024, and an
Hmm.
exploratory analysis of the potential impact of treatment delays during the COVID-19 pandemic, a statistical modeling study. Long-term projections of cancer incidence and mortality estimate the future burden of cancer in a population and can be great to use to inform planning of public health services and the management of resources. We aim to
Hmm.
estimate the incidence and mortality rates and number of new cases and deaths up until 2044 for all cancers combined and for 21 individual cancer types in Australia. We also illustrate the potential effect of treatment delays due to the COVID-19 pandemic on future colorectal cancer mortality rates. They went into their
Wow.
methods, and then they went
What was the
into.
what was the percentage they said? What was the percentage? They
Oh,
said it'll.
they haven't said that yet. We haven't gotten to that part. That was just the
Okay, okay.
background.
So two
Projections
thousand and
indicate
forty.
that in the absence of the COVID-19 pandemic effects, age standardized incident rates for all cancers combined for males would decline over 2020 to 2044, and for females, the incidence rates would be relatively stable in Australia. Let's see, blah, 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 blah. I'm trying to look at the COVID rates. The example of the COVID-19 pandemic scenario of a 6-month healthcare system disruption with 16-week treatment delays for colorectal cancer patients could result in 460 additional deaths and 437 deaths occurring earlier than expected. Interesting. So that was, damn, Adele lost. That's crazy. She wasn't doing much on the bottom there. She needed to attack more. Dude, that's crazy. She won. Sorry, I'm watching jujitsu on the second monitor. I'm a nerd. I'm sorry.
Oh no,
I know.
you're totally fine. No, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Okay, so these projections can inform health screening planning for cancer care and treatment on Australia. Despite the continuous decline in cancer mortality rates and the decline or plateau in incidence rates, our projections suggest an overall 51% increase in the number of new cancer cases and a 36% increase in the number of cancer deaths over the 25-year projection period. This means that the continued effort to increase cancer screening uptake and to control risk factors, including smoking exposure, obesity, physical inactivity, alcohol use, and infections, must remain public health priorities. So I think during the pandemic, you have an increase of those things in general: smoking, obesity, physical inactivity, alcohol use, infections, and then you have like that kind of latent kind of like problems with like spreading the disease, which cause more cancer. And then on top of that, you have the delay that is having a an impact in the amount of deaths. So it's worse, even though our ability to screen for cancers is getting better. We're detecting them more readily and easily, right? Because we have more, we have more sequencing data now.
Do you think?
Speculating. Yeah, so science has speculation abilities. Like that's the whole idea that there is some predictive qualities in science. That's what a hypothesis is.
Right. Do you think that the SARS virus, or or long term, like the long COVID, 19 and all this, do you think that plays a part, like affecting our cells at all, like damaging them to the point to where that could increase your cancer rate also, not just the screening issue, but do you think, I mean, because I've been vaccinated and I've got COVID twice. Did I get it? Did I get it as bad as if I hadn't have been, vaccinated? Probably not, but but I just wondered if you think it affects you at all, because I know that there's a lot of things that can trigger cancer, to me. It can from what I understand, yeah, depending on what it is, there's a lot of times it can sit dormant in your body, and then all of a sudden something can trigger it. I mean, that's what my cancer doctor told me. Similar to MS. MS can sit in your brain, and then something can trigger it, and then all of a sudden you've got MS. Some people get MS, some people never get MS. It just like depends. It just depends on, like, my sister got MS because they said, she got so stressed out at work, and that it might have never developed had she not gotten so stressed at work. I don't know if you're familiar with MS and how that works, but I just wondered.
So yeah, just sorry, I was reading in Gart. I think that it's not good to have like a latent infection, so that's why it is good to get a vaccine. It's going to help you not have that latent infection, and it's going to give you the antibodies in order to stem that infection. But there's a comment. So whenever you read a study, it's always good to read like the commentary or the backup, what's related to that. So basically, I read this article, and then now there's a commentary on that, a comment on it. So this is from another person that's in this area that is kind of adding to this research. So, the quote, the risk of death from colon cancer increases 6% every 4 weeks that surgery is delayed, and similar delays in and other chemotherapy for colorectal cancer elevate the risk of mortality by 13%. Before the pandemic, time to treatment and initiation was approximately 4 to 5 weeks for patients with cancer in Canada. Results from a survey conducted by the Canadian Cancer Survivor Network indicated that it took on average 44 days to reschedule any procedure or surgery postponed due to the pandemic. So that definitely means that the delay in the surgery for colorectal cancer from 31 to 75 days is projected to more than double the elevated risk of death.
And I don't doubt that at all, because my roommate from college, she died of colon cancer. So what happened was she had tumors in her liver. They took them out and they kept taking them out. Then all of a sudden the cancer moved to her colon. But the thing about it is that during the pandemic is when, she couldn't get the treatment, and then all of a sudden, she passes away from colon cancer this year. And I think it had to do with the fact that, like you said, it increases by the fact that you're not getting the screenings then,
Okay.
and so, and that
Yeah.
was really sad. It was unfortunate, that happened. So, but
Absolutely.
I just wondered what your
Yeah.
thoughts were about that, and so.
Thank you, Susie. Hey, how's it going? Thank you for coming. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you for bringing that up. That was really interesting. The impacts of COVID on the death rates of things that we wouldn't necessarily even think about. I don't even think about when I talk about it, actually, the ways that other people are dying in
Right.
that way. And
Yeah.
thank you for bringing that up. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, anytime. Well, good to talk to you, Dr. Greg, and
Yeah.
I'll drop down. And
Okay.
so I'm sure we'll talk again.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Bye. Thanks again. Thank you so much. That was such a cool vaccine party and a subscriber. I think that's amazing. I think that is such a cool, awesome member of the community, guys. Thank you guys so much. Hi, Brittany South. How's it going?
Oh, I did not mean for that to happen.
What's up?
Oh, you can drop me.
What? What's wrong? How's it going?
It's going great.
What's up?
Nothing.
How you doing?
I'm really good. Thank you.
Okay, cool.
I don't have a scientific question. So
Okay.
I think I probably pressed something I shouldn't have.
What's on your mind?
I don't have anything on my mind. But hello, nice to meet you.
Okay. Do you have anything? Any questions or anything? Or
No, because I think your whole thing is like scientific, and I'm not a scientific person.
oh no,
So
it's okay. No, I mean no. That the whole point is to try to bridge that gap and to try to talk to you and like we can talk through anything that you have and there's no pressure. You don't have to like
that's very sweet. That's very kind of you.
okay. Yeah, for real. Like yeah, for real. I'm not trying to pressure you or anything like that. We can talk through things and what's up?
Nothing at all. That's the thing, is there's not actually anything up. I'm just like not querulistic, I guess. So
Is-
I don't have any things that I'd like to talk about. It just seems like you're on a scientific, because every time that I see you, you're like, I want to talk about something scientific. Do you have and I don't talk about vaccines. I don't talk about science. I don't talk about any of those things. So I wouldn't want to go there with you.
Okay. I guess did you have a question of how I'm looking things up? And
How
it's
you're No, I don't have a question of how you're looking things up.
okay. Okay, I'm sorry. It seems like you just requested, and people in chat were saying that you had questions. So that's what I was.
Questions. I've been reading the chat. I didn't think that they said I had questions.
Okay, I genuinely I'm like so engaged in my conversations with people. I actually can't read
Right.
chat. So like genuinely, when I hit yes, people were like, oh wow, she has a bunch of questions. So that's
I
what I
didn't
was
know
saying. I wasn't.
that was a thing that happened. I'm just like some girl from Indiana. I didn't know that was the thing that happened. I was just
What thing?
talking on the so basically from what you're saying is like people, oh, I can't imagine that actually happened. No, that's weird. I was talking to people on like the comments. You were having a conversation with people on your live, and I was talking to people on your comments. I thought those were two separate things. You
Oh,
know what I
okay.
mean? Yeah.
Do you have any questions about the pandemic or anything, or you want to talk
No.
about anything related to
The
that?
pandemic? No, there was something you were saying earlier. You were talking to somebody, and I think someone was trying to tell you that, oh, the whole world shut down during the pandemic. And you were saying, no, that didn't actually happen. And I completely agree. That didn't actually happen. Like, everybody in my world pretty much went on and did everything they were supposed to do. So that was curious
I
to
agree.
see that someone actually thought that the whole world shut down, because that did not happen at all. I didn't
totally
see
agree.
that.
You know what's crazy is that you can actually look at the GPS location data for phones, and like it's crazy. It's only like a really, really small percentage of people. It's basically like middle managers. People call it the notebook class, where you could just like take your notebook and your work from home job home, and everyone else was like still working and still going.
That's so funny. I'm literally getting sucked in. It's okay.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, I guess like
it wasn't tough. It wasn't tough at all. The fact that we continued to go on made it not tough. The fact that we knew that this was supposed and listen, if I thought that I was endangering anybody, I never would have stepped foot outside of my door. But I never felt that way. That was the problem.
Gotcha.
Like, I would never harm anyone knowingly. But I've had a cold before. I've had the flu before. I've had what's that thing where you get like the red bumps on your skin when you're young? Yeah, I've had that before. And I got sent to school anyways. Like, I'm not gonna hurt anybody. That's never gonna happen.
Yeah.
So it's really weird to live in a world where we're all like literally hurting each other. And I wore the mask. I wore a little kitty cat cute mask. It was adorable. It was just so weird. I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Nice. Yeah, it's wild to me how many people died and how people minimize that. I don't understand how people.
But wait, because my mother almost died. But she had almost died several years before from pneumonia, and wasn't it the same thing?
No. Well, pneumonia is related to COVID-19, but like
pretty much the same thing. My mother was on a ventilator.
Yeah. So people can die with pneumonia from COVID-19, but it's COVID-19 induced pneumonia. It's how you got there.
It's just pneumonia. You just get sick and you die. I don't care what the term is. You get sick and you die.
Yeah, well,
what do you mean? It has to be some certain term? Who cares what the term is? They died. What do you mean I need to care about the term?
Yeah, because it's what's the cause, what the root cause of it is from. You know, it's
I don't care. They died. I don't care what the root cause is. The thing is.
I mean, do you think that viruses are real?
Absolutely. Of course.
Okay. I mean, do you think that there was a pandemic?
Okay. Well, I've never been asked that before, to be honest with you. Okay. Is it a pandemic other than any other time my mother has suffered through the flu? She has been a subject of complication through the flu. That's her pandemic. Her pandemic has been present for about 10 years. So you guys just now all of a sudden there's like something that pushes it much more forward. I've been dealing with it for 10 years with my mother. It's always been present. My mother's safety, her life has always been in the grasp of pneumonia. So now it has a new name? And I'm supposed to care more? I don't get it. I don't really think that it matters. I don't care. And this might sound safe. I know it sounds selfish. I've been called a selfish person, but my mother is the subject. And she's been dealing with it for many years. Okay, so COVID happened and it happened the same way. It happened 5 years before. I don't really care. My mom is still alive though. I care about that. I'm not sure. I suppose. I'm not saying there wasn't a pandemic, but I'm not saying it affected me in any way, shape, or form.
Okay. Do you think it impacted other people?
Everything impacts other people. Life in itself is an impaction.
Okay.
So be alive, you're going to be impacted. There are so many beautiful things. I don't know. Diseases happen. Thank God I don't have to go through the Black Plague. Thank God that we have penicillin. Thank God we have so many scientific
And
advances.
vaccines.
Yeah, no.
Uh,
Yes.
wait.
Yes. If you choose, I believe it's up to the person. I think that we all have an innate nature that decides what we're going to do. That's okay. I have vaccinated my children on several things that I looked at the pamphlets and I read the description on. I thought, yep, that sounds pretty good. Yep, I'm going to do that. But there was this one vaccination. I don't remember what it was, but it was like, oh, they could suffer from this and that. And they also didn't need it. And I was like, no, not going to give them that. My kids got kicked out of school for like a month and I didn't even get why. Like, so I didn't want to give them this one vaccination.
Yeah.
Okay, so I didn't give them that. I had to fight for like 2 months on it, and I had to go to court for it as well. I had a court proceeding
Did you
to not.
did you vaccinate them eventually?
I vaccinated for the ones that I believed in, for the ones that were backed scientifically.
What about the ones you
But
went to court for?
no, it was only one. It was only one that I went to court for. And it was HPV, human papilloma virus.
Did you
And it was
vaccinate them for that eventually?
no, I did not. I didn't
Oh,
have to.
okay.
And that's okay. It's not that I didn't believe in the vaccination. I just knew I wasn't going to raise my kids in the way that they would need the HPV. I knew that and if I'm wrong, well, they taught me wrong. But I'm not wrong. It wasn't, my kids weren't going to go have sex with a bunch of people. So they don't need to have the HPV, which is just one thing I can do for them.
But what if they become nurses and then they get an accidental like needle poke and then they get HPV?
I would hope that the place that employs them tells them that they need to have these vaccinations if you're then going to be a part of their company, and they would advise them then on. I'm just their mom. I'm not a nurse. I'm not a doctor. I'm a waitress.
Okay.
So if I say no and then they go on to do something else and their job that they really want to have says, yes, you have to have this, I think that my children at that age, at that point, should be well enough off to then make that decision for themselves.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that you're not anti-vaccine. It sounds like you're just.
Yeah, I'm not anti-vaccine. I'm just so freedom forward. And
What do you think that stops though? Like we were talking about earlier with someone, like imagine a virus that's going to be released in the United States and there would be like 100 million people dying. So 1.2 million people died from COVID-19. Imagine if like 2 orders of magnitude died more, like 100 million people died. Like, do you think that the state has any, I mean, if that happened, like 1 out of 3 people in the United States just died of a virus, it would be the entire country would collapse. I mean, like, do you think that we have any way to step in?
I don't know what to say for that. I am so much more of a my village kind of person. I'm not for the whole of America. I'm not for the whole of yeah, really. Yeah, really. It's crazy. I'm not for I get it. I know that I need to be that way. I know that it should be that way. But this world doesn't allow me to be that way. I'm much more of a my village, my family, my mindset, my kind of, and my children are allowed to venture out. They're allowed to have their own thoughts. I love that for them, but I'm not a constrictive person. And I'm not saying that being mindful about your health is constrictive. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that just because I have kids, I don't need them to think the way that I am, but you're not going to make me think otherwise. I'm one individual person, my own I don't know how to explain it. It's so beautiful and wonderful to be, and I love the people that try to protect us. I love them. I really do. It's just so hard to really be all in on that when there are so many more detrimental things they cause. I don't like doctors. I don't like pills. I don't like
What?
pharmaceuticals. I
Why,
love
why
penicillin.
don't you like doctors and the you were talking about the
Okay,
technology and all the
well, let
things
me
that
tell you
they're.
this. Technology. That's what I love
Well,
technology. I
where do
do.
you think that it comes from? It comes from science and doctors that
We
do that
have to have
science.
a balance. We have to have a balance. We are humans. We are animals. We are
Yeah.
nature. We are from the environment we come from, and it can provide us. I 100% believe that we have everything here on earth. I don't know where it got so confused. It's just that, I love every advancement we have,
But you
but
don't support it though. You don't support science and you don't support the
it's so
scientists.
hard. It's not that I don't. Oh, it's not that I don't support it. It's not that at all. I support it. I support
You
it
don't
in
believe in
people that
society. You said you only believe in your village, and it's not like your village is inventing
I
vaccines.
know it's horrible. It's horrible. I
I
agree
know.
with
So,
you.
and
I
that's the
agree with
problem is
you.
that we have a United States of America, and we are stronger together than we are apart. And what happens
Okay,
is
but
that
the pharmaceutical
and
companies are not it.
just 1 second. You need to realize that it's not just your village versus the world. It's all of us together that are against
No,
like they're
we're
trying to
not there
compete
on Earth.
against
You
China or trying to
cannot
compete
tell me
against
we're there
India,
on Earth.
and we are trying to band together in order to
You
do
can't
something
tell me
greater
that.
than
You
ourselves.
cannot
So
tell me
what
that.
happens
Where
in
are
our
you from?
society is that we
Yeah,
come
where are
together
you
to
from?
solve problems that are bigger than problems that we could only solve as a
How many
village.
people
And that's the
actually?
idea is
Oh
that
my gosh.
we are paying
Yes.
taxes and we are creating
Perfectly,
research
beautifully.
that
Yes.
actually
I
solves
love your
problems
image.
that
I
are
love it.
real big problems.
I love it. I love it, but that is not what is depicted in everyday America. I don't know about other countries. I don't care. America, that is not what is depicted.
Yes, it is.
No, it is
What
not.
do you mean? What do you mean? Who is this? Who are you listening to get this vision of America that it's only you and your village against the world?
No, 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 no. Yep, I said that. Yeah, I did. I did say that. I say that. It's not what I believe. I don't want it to be that way,
Hmm.
but how
Interesting.
possibly could I think that it's any other way when I.
Because
Okay,
there's
I'm
people
not.
like us. There's people like me that exist that are trying to make good in this world, that are actually trying to just better the world, that aren't actually just in it for profit. We're actually trying to solve problems and we're not just trying to out there for greed. We're not just trying to milk people for money. We are trying
Okay,
to
but do
actually
you
do
realize
things.
that you're on here giving therapy to people? You're being a therapist.
I
I've
know.
seen it.
It is a lot of
In
what
the
I do. Yeah.
background. I've sat in the background and
Mm-hmm.
I haven't even come on your lives just
Mm-hmm.
to specifically not be involved. But I've listened to you. You give therapy.
Yeah.
Like that's that don't
Yeah. Is that okay?
Said, take a deep breath, man. Thank you.
It's okay.
Yes, it's okay. Yes, it's okay, but at the you're like your whole prompt is scientific.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's what you want to be. I don't agree with that. You can't. So you're scientific, but 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 you want to drug America? I don't understand.
No, I think that you have some preconceived notions, and some people have told you kind of like what it's like, or what people like, what scientists are like, and I think that what's happening, which is the best thing that's happening, is that am I the first scientist you've ever talked to?
I don't know why in the state of Indiana, as a waitress since I've been 16, I've ever talked to a scientist. So yeah, you're probably the first
Okay,
one.
that this is exactly why I'm here. This is exactly why I'm in my room in San Diego right now, talking to a microphone and using the internet to connect to people just like you. This is exactly why. You are the reason why, like you are the person that I want in my stream, and you're literally the reason why I do this.
But I don't want so I hear people come onto your lives and I love it seems like everybody you talk to, they have so much hope for the drugs that they take in, and I'm not saying drugs in a bad way at all, but they like they're so hopeful for the solutions and blah blah blah, but I'm in another world where I just don't get it. Like there are so many you could it sounds pseudoscience, but you can just be happy with it's never going to come to fruition. It's never going to happen. It'll never happen.
Yeah, I
We're
mean,
never going to come.
I've made an algae cell that had a drug that was made inside of it. That I took that drug out and then I gave it to mice and killed their non-Hodgkin's lymphoma stage 1 cells. You know, like there are huge breakthroughs that are actually happening in science. I just don't think that people know about them. And I am positive as a person. I am optimistic as a person, but I don't think that it's naive, right? I don't want to be naive in the world. I want to
You're
like
not
help
giving
change
it.
the world and make a
Naivety
positive
is
impact.
different than naivety is completely different than being refused it. We're refused it. You can listen, you can know these things and create these things and know that they're capable. You're not given it. It's not given to everybody.
Yeah,
We're
it
not
is.
solved.
Yeah,
Who?
there's people that are having that like the gene therapies, you know, treatments for cancers all
Pay
across the
for it?
country.
Who can pay for it?
Yeah, there's people that have it that are getting paid for by their FDA approved drugs. It's like it's happening right now.
But what do
That's
you
why I'm here.
mean?
I'm trying to tell
You
people
have to
that there's
pay
awesome
for
things
it.
that are happening in science right
I
now.
agree. I 100% agree with you.
Okay.
I'm not sure that the people that you have to pay for it.
I mean, but that's why we have insurance and that kind of stuff. I mean, yeah,
I
absolutely.
agree. I am with someone who has taught me the value of my credit score, and I'm raising that, and it's wonderful, and I'm very grateful to be able to come up in this world as far as a credit score is concerned. But I think that most of the problem on earth is not the people that can do well for themselves. Like you guys, everyone's complaining at the people that can't do well. I'm not sure. I'm not. I shouldn't even be on here.
That's okay. You're doing fine. This is good. I think it's amazing. I think it's a great opportunity for both of us, for me to talk to someone that hasn't talked to a scientist before, and you to talk to me. You know, and this is a bridge building moment, right?
Well, it certainly should be because I don't even think you're real.
Well, obviously, you think that I am real. I mean, like
No,
that's
I
like
don't. Yeah,
you
isn't that weird? Is
you
that weird?
you don't
Oh,
think
I
that I'm an
bet.
actual. You think that I'm an actual AI person for real?
Yep. Isn't that weird? Deal with it. Isn't that weird?
Are you a
I know, but I
solipsist?
didn't cause that. I didn't cause that. I didn't cause that.
What do you? I'm so sorry. Like, wait. I don't understand. So, do you think that everyone else is fake? That only you are real?
No, absolutely not. That's a bit crazy.
Okay, so it's just me.
A little bit. Yeah. Just the honey, what are you doing?
Kaylee brought in a dead mouse, and I was gonna throw it out my window, but if I did that, the guilt would have weighed on me for the rest of my life, so
Okay.
I'm gonna go put it out there.
Alright.
Okay.
Alright. I'm sorry, my daughter brought out a mouse because
Okay.
it went in the room.
Well, I'm definitely real. I'm a person. I have 4 kids. I live in San Diego. I went to school at UC San Diego. I got my PhD at UC Riverside. I have like lots of videos of me doing jujitsu and of my kids at the beach. And like I'm not, we're just a regular family. We're just a regular person. I'm a regular dad that just lives in the world.
Okay. That's really cool. That actually would be super awesome.
Yeah.
If there are people like you reaching out to the lesser communities, that would actually be altruistic.
Genuinely, that's what I'm trying to do. Like I genuinely am.
Like an elephant.
Yeah. That's what I'm genuinely here for.
Well, if that would be the first time.
I know. It's crazy. I know. That's what a lot of people say. This is the first time they've seen a scientist on TikTok, that this is the first time that they talk to a scientist. This is exactly why I'm here.
But it just every single time you've ever talked, it's always been like, oh, it has to be, well, maybe I guess I thought that, but it just almost had to be scientific. Like that's the only thing you're into.
No.
And I'm actually, I'm not ashamed, but I'm a bit ambitious to think that I was saying, like, I love everything you say.
I got my blue belt this week. You wanna know this? I got my blue belt. In
Okay, I can't
jiu-jitsu.
see that. I can't read it at all. Blue belt certificate. Greg
Yeah.
Newworth is certified to hold the rank
Yeah.
of blue belt.
Yeah.
September 22nd,
Yeah. I just got my blue belt.
Did you get your okay?
Yeah. Yeah. And this is my favorite sweatshirt. It has my team logo on it.
Now we're showing how we're actually
Yeah.
real.
Yeah, I'm a real person. Like I really am a real person. You want to see something really cool?
Yeah, actually. You have a dog? That would be cool.
I've never shown this on screen before, actually. This is my first time. So when I was a kid, I used to race RC cars with my dad. And this is my RC car from when I was a kid. I have like the thing here, and it has all these things. I used to race it.
God.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm just like a normal person.
You're literally my son.
Yeah. Yeah, we're just normal people.
My boy is just gonna be just like you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he's so analytical.
Well, if he ever wants to talk to anyone, wants to talk to a scientist, or wants any career advice, wants to know what it's like being a scientist, you can like join the Discord, and he can reach out to me. Like genuinely, I do that all the time. I mentor high school and undergrads and help them get into science or ask questions about what it's like being a scientist, and I do that all the time.
So very sheepish right now.
That's okay. This is why we're here.
Yeah, I feel a little sheepish.
It's all good. I'm so happy that you're here.
Backing down from what I've said, but I do feel sheepish.
This whole thing is for people just like you. Genuinely, that's why I'm here. That's why this whole community is here. That's why we're all about compassion and trying to better each other and better ourselves. And that's what we are.
I really did think you were just AI.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm not though. I really am not.
Poor kids.
So genuinely, if your kiddo ever wants to know what it's like to be a scientist, or figure, or I can talk to them, or my Discord is there. You can join, and I'm open.
No, I'm just oh my gosh, I'm disarmed, and that feels weird. Oh, it's so weird.
That's okay. It's okay.
I don't like it. Okay, well,
Cool. It was really nice getting to know you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. All right. Have a good night. Okay. Join the Discord. Thank you for being here. Genuinely, thank you for being in the community, and you're welcome anytime, and you can come up and request up anytime. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
All right, guys. That was awesome. This is exactly why we're here, guys. This type of interaction, this type of person. A lot of people haven't met a scientist before. This is a weird thing that they're going through. Oh my gosh. Annalise. Right into Annalise. Are you serious? Oh my God.
Hey, Pookie.
Annalise, oh my gosh, how are you? I can't believe this.
Actually, my name is Annalise.
Annalise, thank you. Thank you. I love your flower. It's the same one.
Thank you. Every day. Hopefully, it never changes.
Oh, really? I got a new one. My wife made this one for me. She makes my boutonnieres for me.
Oh, I didn't even notice.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's like a real. So, how have you been?
Great. Thank you for asking. How about you?
Good. I just talked to someone. It was their first time ever talking to a scientist.
Oh, did you tell them about? Then what were we talking about that night? Quantum physics.
Yeah, we were talking about folding light that one night. That was crazy. But no, it was she thought I was AI. She didn't think that I was real.
Oh
Can you
my
believe
goodness,
that?
another one.
Yeah.
You know,
I know,
it's
but
even crazier. I just battled someone that was AI. He was turning himself into Spider-Man.
no way. Dude, how are you
Yeah, it
supposed
was.
to fight AI, actual AI bots?
Yeah, no, I was no match. My whole chat was freaking out over it, talking about they're pregnant.
Man,
Mind you, that's a grown man talking about he's pregnant.
it's crazy. The AI bots are a huge problem. I feel like like it's crazy, especially the battle stuff. It gets really wild.
Wait, I never seen like a battle one.
Well, I mean, like doing these TikTok battles, like that's where they all are.
Oh, I know. Remember when they were doing the Thank you for the rose. Thank you for the rose.
Yeah, the NPC trend. Yeah.
That one, the NPC. I was like, what is happening?
Did you ever do that? Did you ever do videos like that?
No, never. I don't feel like I could do that.
Really?
Did you try
Okay.
it?
No, I wasn't. I've only been on TikTok for like a month, so definitely not.
Oh my goodness, this is a new account and everything?
Yeah, brand new. It's like 00, like a month ago.
I feel like I want to make a new account.
Oh, really? Why?
Just like to have like a spam account or like just yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Thank you, Reggie, for
Oh, wow.
the cool
Nice.
popular. Thank you for joining. Everybody keep the what's happening. Keep the what's happening.
Yeah.
You can't lose to a scientist. He's literally AI. Look at him. He's not even real.
I had to show the last person. She didn't believe that I was a real person, so I showed her this. This is when I was a little kid. I grew up like racing RC cars, and this is like my RC car as a little kid. You have like
I'm dead.
the wheels and the battery, and then there's like the motor right here. And she was like,
You
"Oh my
made
gosh."
that?
Well, I mean, like it's a kit that you assemble, and then you kind of like, you put it together and then race it.
Oh my goodness, I never seen that.
Yeah. And I got.
But you use that to prove that you're real. How is that to prove that you're
I know.
real?
Well, I was just like showing things that I had, I had in my room, and I got my blue belt in jujitsu last week. Look at this. Boom.
What? Last week?
What's
Yo, who is
up?
this dude?
Look at that.
Yo, who is this dude? He got his blue belt last week, man, nonchalant with it. And like, yeah, by the way, I got my blue belt here.
Boom. Boom.
What?
Big. I know, guys. Isn't that crazy? Pretty wild, huh?
How long you been doing that for?
Jiu-jitsu, like in November, it's going to be 2 years.
Oh my goodness.
I love it. It's so much fun. You should
Do
try
you do
it.
it with your wife?
Yeah. My wife trains. My kids all train.
That is so cute.
Yeah, she's badass. She's so good. She's so good. She remembers
As
so
she
many
should.
moves. She's very good.
Thank you, Big Stepper, for the heart me. As she should know. Honestly, every woman needs to know how to beat that ass. Feel
Yeah,
me?
dude,
She
for
gonna
real.
beat that ass.
Yeah,
She gonna beat that ass.
yeah. Jujitsu is that thing because it's all about someone that's smaller and weaker, like actually winning against someone that's bigger, stronger against them. So they call it the nerd martial art.
I
It's
remember
true.
I used to do Taekwondo.
Oh, no way. That's cool. Yeah, so that's
I
that's
got
all
to like,
striking though.
yeah, I got to like a blue belt.
Okay, nice. It's just two blue belts hanging out. You know, that's just all this is, right?
But it was weird. It was like a blue belt with a green stripe. Like in order to
Ah.
like get to the next part, it wasn't just like belts. It was like tiers. Like, oh, you're gonna be a blue belt with one green stripe, then you're gonna get your second green stripe, and then you turn to a green belt. It was like that.
Wow. Well, thank you so much for it's Annalise, right? Annalise.
Analyze. Exact.
Annalise. Awesome.
No, they sniped us. Now you got four streak on her mom.
Dang. Well, it's fun. It's nice seeing you again.
You too. Thank you. Take
Bye.
care.
That's so funny. Oh man. Well, I'm happy. That was cool. Southern. What was her name? Southern. Okay, I know the random battles are funny. Okay, there's a bunch of people requesting. I'm sorry, guys. Brittany South. I am so happy that she joined. Genuinely, I am so happy. That was so cool. That was such a cool conversation, guys. I think it's yeah. Dang, guys. I think that's what it's all about for real. Corey. Oh, thanks, Peacemaker. Thank you, man. Corey Halstead. How's it going?
Good. How are you doing, Dr. Greg?
Good. Thank you.
I really appreciate you being on here.
Oh, thanks,
I'm
man.
actually really inspired by you. I've been listening to you for a few nights. Just something that I have wanted to get your advice on.
Okay.
Well, I am a burn survivor. Got burned in a fire. 50% of my body was burned.
Oh my gosh, man.
This happened April of last year.
Oh my gosh.
Well, I'm really trying to take my pain into purpose and really try to help other people by, further educating myself. And one of the things that I'm really interested in is regenerative medicine.
Okay.
And I want to probably in the next few years look at an MD PhD program.
Wow. That's
to really help
awesome.
other survivors and push for regenerative medicine because I guess the standard of care that we have now with split thickness skin grafts cause a lot of scarring, not as elastic skin. And the reason I come up on here is to really get your advice on kind of the scientist route.
Okay.
Because I really want to push for better treatment for fellow burn survivors.
Wow. Wow, man. Well, I just want to say I'm so sorry that what you went through, man. That's, the fact that you're taking that and pushing forward and thinking of ways to give back and make the world a better place because of that event. That's inspiring for me, man. You're an incredible person. And so I guess there could be multiple ways forward in the fact that, to be a scientist. An MD PhD is basically a person that goes through medical school, and then while they're going through medical school, they go and go into a PhD program, and then they pass their medical boards so that they're a practicing physician, and then they also gave back to their medical field. So when you give back to your field, you get a PhD. But you could, in theory, give back to regenerative medicine or still be in that space by getting a PhD without necessarily being a medical doctor that passes the medical boards and all that kind of stuff. So it's kind of just like the route that you want to take. And personally, okay. Thank you for Jen said that it's actually PhD first, then MD. Okay, so thank you for that clarification. So basically you could still be in that space trying to look for regenerative medicine through gene therapies or like grafting new types of cells and that kind of stuff through a PhD program. You don't necessarily have to be a practicing medically board certified doctor. You would be doing PhD research at a medical center, and you would have the MD doing the studies, but you wouldn't necessarily have to be like running the studies to do the science behind it. Do you know what I mean?
That makes sense. But I want to get into both,
Okay.
being a scientist and also a physician,
Okay.
to really get back to the burn survivor community, because I've encountered some doctors that really didn't have the bedside manners, or you don't know what it's really like until you actually go through it yourself.
Yeah.
And I talked to so many people and how their lives completely changed. And I know that we can do better. I know we can push the envelope even further through research. Or my passion right now is regenerative medicine, and I actually have an independent study looking at the effects of split thickness skin grafts
Okay.
as to a physical perspective, emotional, and psychological. And reaching out to burn survivors all over the world and getting their input, and then taking that data and pushing it towards the current scientists that are in that
Wow.
field.
Cool. Wow, that's incredible. So I guess where are we at in the story so far in on this path? Like, where are you right now?
Right now, I'm in nursing school.
Okay.
I'm also getting my master's degree in clinical mental health counseling,
Okay.
because it's another space that we lack in the burn community. There's not enough trauma therapists. And I've seen that. I live in Colorado, and I struggle to find people that can really help me get through the trauma that I experienced.
Dang, man.
So
Wow.
I'm really trying to push as much as I can to do better for other people, so they
That's
don't have
awesome.
to go through what I went through.
Dang, man. That's beautiful. I think that you're pushing on all the doors, and I think that that's the best thing is like try to figure out what part that when you fail at doing it, you want to come back and do it again. That's how I figured out how I wanted to be a research scientist, because there's lots of, like, for example, so like my inspiration was trying to minimize the impacts humans had on the environment, right? And originally I wanted to take that, and that was my goal. I was approaching it as basically an ecosystem guardian, where I would work as like a national park ranger, or maybe like something like that, because I wanted to be outdoors and I loved nature, so I wanted to be out in it. I didn't want to be in a lab, and it's ridiculous. And then I did an ecology lab where I did the actual ecology research, and I just hated it. I thought it was really boring, and I thought like the actual science was really boring, just like counting trees in an acre, or counting how many ants cross the line in this other experiment I was doing. It was just really boring. And at the same time, I took a class that was about molecular biology, and I was learning how to like do genome sequencing and do PCR, and how I could change genomes of animals or insects in order to better the environment. And I'm like, wow, I can actually help the environment through molecular biology and genetics as well. So that was like kind of my impetus to really change and go into molecular biology, as opposed to being as a national park ranger kind of thing. Because I still am in an ecology, behavior, and evolution undergrad major, and undergrad. And so I guess my point was that, like, when I got to the molecular biology stuff and things didn't go well as an experiment, I was like, oh man, I need to figure out what I can do differently here. How did this fail? Why did this fail? And I wanted to keep solving that problem. How you can go forward is, trying out different things and then seeing which part you don't like, that you don't like. You just inherently don't like doing it. Like the 9 to 5, the culture, the work-life balance just isn't for you. Those are really good lessons, because you got to kind of trust yourself. If you're not really interested, if you're not spending the time for it, you shouldn't push yourself into something that you don't want to do, because you're not going to try to excel at it. And you should have like a career that you really want to excel at. So yeah, getting those negative experiences are sometimes more important than the positive ones. But then once you can find that positive part of your career, or your impact that you can have in that career, then foster that and keep pushing and see what you can do. When things fail, like what happens, see how you persevere. Thank you, Susie. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. And so, yeah, so it seems like you're pushing on like a lot of doors right now. And I think that's good, and just kind of see where you get pushback, and then try to push through it and see what you like there. Because there's going to be a lot of different paths forward for you right now. And that's good. It's just, and I would continue to keep pushing.
Well, I appreciate that, Dr. Greg. One thing for me, I don't stop.
Nice, man.
I don't stop until I find answers, solutions that can, not only make my life better, but, mankind, everyone that impacts, whether it's from a psychological standpoint or even a physical health standpoint. People matter to me.
Beautiful.
And this is my second chance at life, because the way I look at it, things, I shouldn't be here with the injury that I sustained. But I made it through, and now I have to really help other people and share my message. And when I seen you the first night, I was on TikTok the other night, and I came across your page. I'm like, wow, a scientist on TikTok. That doesn't happen every day. So thank you for being here, because you inspire me to continue with my own journey.
Wow.
To educate people, and, and hopefully one day we have a different standard of care for burn injuries, where through regenerative medicine, we can regenerate full thickness skin. That is my passion and drive, and that's what keeps me going. Dang. Every single day.
Dang, man, you're inspiring for me, bro. That's thank you for saying your kind words, man. Thank you. That's that means so much to me. It's hard to even put it to words myself. Thank you from it's this whole journey in TikTok has been really amazing. It's just been really cool, and the feedback has been overwhelmingly amazing and positive. And I'm kind of pushing on that door right now too, where I don't know, this is new for me, and I'm having a lot of fun with it. And I just I think that your grit and your determination aligns really well with being a scientist. I'll be honest with you. Being a research scientist, what someone won't tell you unless they've been in it, is it's failure. It's failure. When you're trying to persevere and create something truly new, and where it's like basically being in a room where it's completely pitch black and you don't know where the walls are or the ceiling or the floor is. And you're trying to look around and you're trying to get your bearings, and nobody's ever done this before, because that's what science, that's what being a PhD actually is, right? There is no knowledge in this area and you are trying to find it. Yes. And so 99% of your experiments will fail. I failed mine and my PhD for 2 years. and you're really thinking about like, is it me? Is this a bad project? Am I stupid for trying this? What's going on here? And you do have to just kind of like believe in yourself at some point that you can do this, and there's a light at the end of the road, that you're going to find one of those walls, and you're going to persevere. So it's a lot of just repeating, like with minor tweaks, right? That's what science is. You have your hypothesis, you test it, and then you see the results, and then with your new results, you search back into the place that you had already searched. You research through the literature to see if there's another answer there that you had missed before, and then you try the whole process again. And it can be really daunting, man. It can be really, really daunting. So the grit and perseverance is probably the number one thing, an attribute to be a good research scientist, genuinely. And it's actually kind of funny because people think that they do really well as a GPA in undergrad. They get a 4.0, they ace all their classes, and then they think, oh, well, obviously I should get a PhD because I have a high GPA, and then they go into a PhD program and they just flunk out, basically, because there's so much failure and they're not used to it, and they don't understand. There's all this self-doubt that encroaches in, like, is this right for me? And they haven't had that grit, that perseverance, that tenacity to just go forward through, when everything is failing and everything is turned against you. So I do think that, like, what you've gone through, man, like it's incredible. And I genuinely do think that it seems like your personality and who you are, like, aligns, like, with being a research scientist.
Thank you, Dr. Greg. I really appreciate that. This is an uncharted territory for me, in the sense of, prior to my injury, I was in aviation, spent 15 years working in the airlines. And then I feel like my whole life is being redefined since my injury, because I'm learning so much. Just even as a nursing student, I founded my own nonprofit to help burn survivors.
Wow.
It's called Healing Home Group. One thing I experienced in my own healing journey is, when I got discharged from the hospital, I didn't have anywhere safe to go because of life events. And the social worker at the hospital told me to go to a homeless shelter. I took that experience and turned that around to ensure that no other burn survivor is told to go to a homeless shelter. And through my nonprofit, we're able to help people with transitional housing, and put people in hotels. Longer term vision is to have healing homes near the burn units, kind of like a Ronald McDonald House, but for the patients and their families. So, because healing doesn't really begin until once you leave the hospital.
Wow.
So,
Wow.
I know I have work to do, and I'm not done yet, but I'm inspired by you, and I appreciate you being on TikTok and sharing your experiences.
Wow, man. Well, thank you so much. I put the that website in the show notes, guys, if you wanted to check it out. And yeah, bro, keep us updated, okay? I want, like, keep us updated. I would love to know where you're headed and what's going on, and yeah, like, stay connected, okay?
Thank you, and I will join your Discord.
Oh, that'd be awesome. That would be so cool.
Yeah.
Awesome, man. Awesome. Well, it's really great meeting you, Corey. Thank you for everything that you're doing, man. It's incredible. You're already making such an impact already. It's really cool. It's really great to get to know you, man.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
All right, you too, man.
Morning too.
Dang. Man. Wow, guys, these last like 4 calls have just been unbelievably amazing. I am like so blown away. Wow. What an amazing community that we have here. Like, wow. I'm just blown away, man. I'm so inspired. I'm inspired. I am inspired. And wow. Wow, these last calls have been unbelievable. Oh, thank you, Ryan's Day. Riley and Day, Ryle Knee Day, Ryle Knee Day. Dude, thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you, Rylene. Oh, awesome. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you, Down to Earth. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Kim. Thank you. Peacemaker, I don't know. I think it's my mom who she's just really compassionate and loving and warm. And yeah, I think it's just there's just a world of toxicity out there, and people want a place that's just more warm and caring, that we can be positive to one another, we can make positive change, and we don't have to push people down in order to get a little bit higher ourselves, Exactly. The power of love, unironically. Oh, thank you, Corey. Thank you, man. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's like there's like people mistake like kindness with weakness too much, and they see people that are kind as like being naive, and I hope that doesn't happen like that, like I'd want to come off as compassionate and positive, but also like we have to realize what we are fighting for, right? We have to stand up for ourselves. We have to make a stand. And I think that that's like a big part of it too. You should do some sleep studies for anxiety. Oh, thank you, Sonny. It's just the microphone. It's not me. Oh, thank you, Adria. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Bina. Thank you for saying that. Oh, that's awesome. I'm glad you're here, Counselor Cat Mom. Thank you. Yeah, Jen, I think so. I explained it to someone else before, and it's showing kindness and compassion to people that don't normally feel kindness and compassion from other people, and not going down those toxic rabbit holes that people normally go down. And I think that that's the disarming part about it, where we can go deeper into a conversation where they really never explored before, and be there for them and give them a helpful hand up, help them through that. That's what it's all about in that's why we have to have compassion and love first, here, where the people being wrong isn't going to be the worst thing that's about them, Yeah, Brittany, exactly. Everyone learns. The first step of learning is failing. Failing is actually very important. Really, it genuinely, if you aren't failing, I don't think that you're learning. So I think that it's actually kind of a red flag if you've just never failed at something. We can actually keep pushing and push farther and failing is a good thing in a way. Oh, I love you too. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Marissa. Me too. You guys are just so cool. The whole GT crew. It's really cool. It is really cool. Thank you, NP Dub. Yeah, I feel it. I feel it inside. Don't get me wrong. I definitely feel it. Thank you, Corey. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna follow you, Corey. I would love to hear more, man. Yeah, Bina. I think that is such a good point. You have to be yourself and be kind, even if people take that as a weakness. I think that's a really good point, because I think you have to put the ball in their court, and if they take advantage of you as a kind person, then I think it looks worse on them, because it's just like, why would you do something like that? Why would you? That person did nothing to you, and I think it does look worse on you, on the other person, than I'd rather be seen as naive than cruel. You know what I mean? Doctors being wrong killed my dad at 58. Becca, I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm sorry that happened. I love science too, Randy. Are you so chill because you live in San Diego? I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's the jujitsu. I think maybe I get all that frustration out. Maybe. If you fail, you have to get back up and keep trying. Exactly, Corey. I totally agree. I always learn and never forget when I fail. Raylene, I totally agree. Oh, Garrett, 1 second, bro. Always wanted to be a microbiologist, but a huge family tragedy prevented my study. Zora, if you ever wanted to talk offline, join the Discord and I can talk to you about it if you ever, want to try getting on that road again. Severe heart disease, enlarged heart, and kidney disease slipped by his doctors. Oh, I'm so sorry, Becca. That's so sad. I still want to ask about monoclonal antibodies. I mean, so monoclonal antibodies are basically the antibodies that your immune system would be making, but you just have them in really high amounts, and you just take them as a medicine, basically. So it goes in and attacks the virus, but it's not going to be making endogenous and antibodies from that. So there's exogenous, so for outside, or endogenous, inside. So endogenous is your own produced antibodies. Exogenous are the ones that are coming from outside. You want endogenous antibodies when you can, because you're just going to have a constant stream and supply. Monoclonal antibodies, you got to really hit it with a lot all at once at the very beginning. And it really has to be early in the infection, because once it goes into the exponential growth phase, you're really fighting a losing battle there. So you really want to. It's really tough. Oh, thank you, Peacemaker. Oh, I will say thank you to my mom. Thank you. That's really nice of you, Peacemaker. Thank you. That was really nice. That was a really nice comment. I'm going to save that and I'm going to show it to her. My aunt is Tony Atkins running for governor. Okay, cool. Nice. Well, your son loves to jujitsu too. That's awesome. That is so cool. Jiu-jitsu is so fun. We used them very early in COVID and for high risk after Omicron variant, so we stopped. Curious about it. Yeah. I mean, it's for rich people, right? I mean, that's the, oh, thank you, Zora. This is DNA. So this is the double helix DNA structure. And then this is just abstract art that I thought was cool. There's a bunch of people that come in here and they're like, that's some that's some guy art, isn't that? And I'm like, yeah, I did. I picked it out. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? But monoclonal antibodies are the stuff that, the president used when he got COVID, and it's what the stuff that Joe Rogan paid for when he got COVID. So, people can't wait to use it. Do you think that there are any side effects after COVID vaccines? What's your view on it, please? I mean, there might be, but we know about it, basically. We know about the possible side effects, and the benefits of vaccines far, 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 far outweigh any type of risk. So by far the best move is always to get the vaccine every time. Even a lot of immune compromised people will actually still even get vaccines because they're so immune compromised they can't risk having a virus. So they get it. So it's very important. Yeah, that's what I don't understand, Alina. They're all into these. They're all into the experimental monoclonal antibodies, but they're weird about that. I heard something about possible neurological effects in the long term. Well, yeah, that long COVID is a neurological disease that it affects about 20% of people that have COVID symptoms. So if you are worried about neurological impacts of SARS-CoV-2, you want to definitely get the vaccine. I know the FDA had emergency approval on them at one point. It was yanked a couple years ago now. Oh, that makes sense. I don't know about Lyme disease enough in order to tell you that, Julie, sorry. I mean, in theory, any disease could have like a vaccine against it. In theory, but I don't know the particular. Let's see, Lyme disease vaccine. Oh, thanks, Sonny. Are you telling people they should get the vaccine? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, vaccines are always the good thing to go every time. Is tea just flavored water? Maybe water is just without tea. I don't know. Yeah, Maiden, I think so. Yeah, exactly. But if you're worried about the neurological impacts of a small amount of spike protein, think about the huge impacts of a lot of coronaviruses, and that's going to be way, way better. Vaccines help a lot, but cannot prevent spread and are a layer in addition to a high quality mask. Sid, they can't prevent spread, but I mean, if it's in a low, I agree with the masks, by the way. But if it's a viral infection that's such a low amount, then having antibodies could, in theory, prevent you from transmitting it, because it would decrease your total viral load. So you're right in the fact that there's it's kind of like a Swiss cheese kind of like protection. But I would still say vaccines are safe and effective and good and will actually diminish the spread of SARS-CoV-2. Yeah, the same way. I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm a microbiologist, PhD. What about the studies that have shown a rise in heart problems, cancers, etc.? I mean, there's all those things exist with the SARS-CoV-2 and the actual virus way more so. And we're actually just talking about the colorectal cancer rates are increasing because of the delay in care. It's not because of COVID itself. I believe there's a cure on Earth for everything. Okay. Maybe. What studies? Go online, open your eyes. Okay. But there's tons of studies. The entire medical research is all on that. How did you do your lighting? Well done on your lighting. Oh, thank you. I got two lights here. two like here that are just kind of like, I got my key light and then my other light. And then these back ones, they're actually just, I tried to save money. So I just used our Christmas lights and I just strung the Christmas lights across there. And then I can actually like, there's an app here. I'll join another day. Been lovely here. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Bina. Thank you. I appreciate you. Looks great. Thank you. I know. Isn't that funny? Here, let's check this out. I can change them. Let's see. I've got, just to be clear. Oh, I agree, Sid. I agree. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You know, I think it's good to, yeah, it's still a pandemic. You know, it still is a pandemic. Boom, look at that. Or I can like slow it down. I don't know if I like this one just because there are these other tones, like the reds. When the reds come through, it actually kind of like messes with how my face looks. So I actually like doing the green. So this is like the greens only, but then this one is like the full on. This is what we do for vaccine party. This is my vaccine party one, where we just have the lights going crazy. Yeah. Yeah, we are still in a pandemic. Brittany, we're actually still in a HIV pandemic. So the HIV pandemic never stopped either. So yeah, I mean, it just is what it is. Pandemic is basically when you have a virus that's global. So that's what pan means. So globe. And pandemic is when there's basically an exchange of viruses across the entire globe. So that's the big thing. So that's what a pandemic. Epidemic means that there's a local explosion in the amount of viruses. So that's the difference between an epidemic and a pandemic. Pandemic is across the globe. Epidemic is just in a local one. And Brittany, I know it's really frustrating, like the scientists and all that kind of stuff. It's hard to, only so many science communicators, you know. We have an HIV pandemic. Yeah, technically it is. It never stopped. The reopening was the economics reason, not because it's safe to do so. I agree with you, Sid. Yeah. I mean, I don't think that we were ever really closed down, you know, but I know what you mean. And I think that the CDC should, like, they waffled on the mask guidance when they shouldn't have at the very beginning. So they should have recommended masks at the very beginning. Absolutely. No, endemic is different. Endemic is when there's a latent viral population that just goes, that doesn't have massive waves. It just has a kind of like a baseline. So there's it kind of, but they're almost there, but they're just different. Ooh, is this Maiden? Is that the one with the testes one? The Ali Max Turk SARS-CoV-2 persistence. Cool. Look at that. Oh yeah, look at that. That's really interesting. Dude, that's a cool graph. That's a cool graphical abstract. Thank you. Thanks for that. Thanks, Maiden. Thank you. I put it in my show notes. That's wild. So is that the long COVID idea? Yeah, it is. In the cerebral, oh my God, biomarkers of neurodegeneration were elevated in the cerebral spinal fluid from long COVID patients. Oh my God. And proteomic analysis of human skull, meninges, and brain samples revealed dysregulated inflammatory pathways and neurodegeneration associated changes. Oh my gosh, guys. That's awful. That is awful. endemic also had some political implications because other countries who cares lesser funded. Yeah, the WHO. I don't understand why they made that guidance on whether or not it is. At what point do you just live? It has always been present. So SARS-CoV-2 hasn't been present, but the coronaviruses have been present. So you're right in that. And at some point, the culture has kind of accepted it, unfortunately, and there's still like 50,000 people a year dying from COVID. So it still really does impact people, and that's basically the amount that we that die every year from car accidents. So it makes a big difference. Yeah, Andrea, it doesn't make any sense to me either. Oh, Rocky. There is, yeah. Oh, yeah, of course, Peacemaker. That's why I'm here, man. Fast Hawker, ST. Fast Hawker ST, what's up? How's it going?
What's up? How's it going?
Good.
So I have an interesting question because I know you're more on the science side, but I also want to ask you one a little bit more on the sociology side. So you see the impacts of COVID and what they were having on, especially long COVID, and just more of a ability for people to kind of just be like, ugh. And there's not a lot of, just like more intense thought going to things because they're tired. And this probably is a stretch, but do you think it affiliates at all with the political system that we are seeing right now? Like, I know this is kind of like a wild idea, but I wanted to know, like, do you think that has any traction?
That people are very tired, so then they're less likely to do things politically?
Just the acceptance of just like blatant lies and stuff that everybody can like 100% see, but because you're so tired, because having long COVID, like everything's exhausting, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm wondering if just the acceptance of this like very, very extreme part of politics that we haven't seen in this country as far as I remember ever. Do you think there's any like coincidental thing that might be happening, or maybe this is 100% a stretch from my head, I'm just making it up, but I just wanted to know your opinion.
Yeah, I mean, the rates of long COVID, I mean, 10 to 20% of people with COVID develop long COVID. So, I mean, we're talking about a pretty sizable portion of the population. I mean, that is a lot of people. So I think that people are kind of like exploited at work, and they're run down, and they're and then on top of that they have this kind of like biological warfare kind of going on, and that's probably making them more tired and sick. And I think it's kind of like an accumulation thing, that it all kind of comes down, chronic fatigue, and it all kind of like plays a role. People don't have the wherewithal, especially kind of like with what's like complacency and the capitulation that's happened with like Trump too. I feel like it all like ties into one another too.
Okay, yeah. So I just wanted to bounce the idea off of you and see what you thought.
Yeah.
But love your live. So much fun.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Yeah. Yeah, people are exploited at work, right? It's like a way that people are run down, and they don't have. Hi, Helen. They aren't. They don't feel invigorated, and I'm very lucky. I loved what I do. I loved. It was crazy being paid to do science, and I loved it. And but those days are gone. Moving small amounts of liquid from one tube to the other. I'll have to see. Okay, Rocky. All right. One last one. I gotta go. We're gonna go after this one. This is the last one. Levi, how's it going, man?
What's going on, brother? It's going good. How have you been since the last time we talked?
Good. I forget what we talked about. Could you remind me?
Fascism. Talked about fascism.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the 14 points of fascism. Okay, yeah.
Absolutely. I just got off of a pretty interesting panel, and I mean, you seem to be very intelligent. I mean, you're a doctor, man. I mean, I got to ask you questions, of course.
Okay.
Oh no, I know it's terrible. I think fascism exists. Oh no.
That's true. I mean, I'm with you, man.
I got off a panel, and I was talking to these people, and they were talking about the Confederate flag.
Mm.
And they were very set on that it's okay. And I said, well, why is it okay? And they're like, oh, because it's our heritage. I said, okay. Is it also okay to unalive 12% of the population? And they said, well, no, that's not okay. I said, well, go tell the Mongolians that their flag is evil and bad. Go tell them that.
Mm-hmm.
And they said, well, that's not okay. I said, well, then that would make your statement. I mean, you just contradicted yourself, making your previous statement false.
Yeah.
All right. So I would say that well, first of all, I would like to know your thoughts on the Confederate flag as a whole.
I mean, it's the flag of a terrorist state. So, I mean, that's kind of like the definition of it, what it was. So, I mean, but at the same time, like, people can have live flags, enemies of the United States. I think it's kind of like gross that someone would do that. I think it's like weird. I don't think a lot of people realize what it means, when they say that. I don't understand how your heritage could be anti-American while you're living in the United States as a citizen, but that doesn't really make so much sense to me. But I think it's one of those things where having law against it doesn't really make any sense, because then it kind of gives it more strength than it is. I think you just kind of like laugh at people, or kind of like when someone does fly it, you just kind of like rib them a little bit,
Confederate flag is yeah. I would absolutely agree. I mean, the southern, nation they were trying to create. I mean, it was a civil war. It was a terrorist state that had terrorists, right? I mean, they were terrorist people, right? They were doing everything against, the United States government said, hey, we want to do this. They said, no, we don't want to do that because X, Y, Z.
Yeah.
But I also don't think it's fair to, pass judgment onto something and then not pass judgment onto something that is arguably worse.
Okay. What example are you talking about?
Like in Mongolia, right? I mean, the Mongolian flag is a direct flag that came from the time of Genghis Khan, right? Genghis Khan was an absolute lunatic.
Yeah.
Yeah, really. I mean, he unalived 12% of the population.
Yeah. I mean, they did pass an amendment to the Constitution to make sure that none of these people actually were ever going to be parts of our government again. So, they passed an amendment to do that. So that's the amendment that Trump got SCOTUS to overrule for him so that he could actually run again. And that was the Colorado case. So I think that they did do something about it. It's just that there's been it kind of like makes me mad for Lincoln and like him actually winning the war. And then as soon as they won, the Reconstruction era is basically all the ways that the South held the North hostage. And
yeah, absolutely.
And like just they reneged on basically all the conditions and basically like stymied all type of economic growth and didn't like free the slaves in any de facto sense, maybe de jure, but like not de facto. So it's just, I think the whole thing, man, I think that they really never were held account for the crimes that they did. And I think it eats into today. I think it really does.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I completely agree. I mean, when crime goes unpunished, the crime will continue, no?
Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, that's what Trump did. I mean, the insurrection is like they were talking about it. They were talking about the Civil War. They were talking about the insurrectionists. They were talking about the exact amendment that was passed about it. And he literally used the exact same amendment. And he got it okayed. So.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Yeah. Also, I love your lives because there's so much varied opinion in the chat. I keep looking at it because some people are like, no, this guy's dumb, and some people are like, oh, see, this is great. This is exactly true.
Yeah, we gotta. I'm glad that they're here. You know what I mean? Everyone. I'm happy. Even the anti-conspiracy, the conspiracy anti-science people. At least they are watching a science stream. You know what I mean? And so it can get feisty in the comments, and I feel for my chatters and my moderators sometimes. But I tell them, leave them alone. It's okay. It's only someone was like spamming. Like like bad stuff before, so I was like, oh my gosh, that we have to like block. But other than that, it's all unmoderated. So
yeah, absolutely. I think it's. I mean, I think it's. I think it's great what you've built here. Absolutely, I think it's
Thanks,
great.
man.
I mean, you definitely are somebody. I mean, on TikTok, I don't think anybody does kind of the things you do, right? Because you kind of just let people come up and just talk. I mean, which I think is really sweet and cool, man. Honestly, I do.
Sweet, thanks, man.
I did see somebody mention flag burning, and while we're on the topic of flags, I guess. What are your thoughts on flag burning?
I think it's a First Amendment right, man. You got to be able to do what you want. You bought. I mean, the idea that you bought something and then now the government can't tell you what to do with that thing that you bought. It's your possession, so it doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, in the way I viewed it, I mean, to obtain an American flag, you either have to be given one by the United States military for a past, friend or family member in the United States military. I don't think people are burning those.
Yeah.
I think people are going and buying flags from stores, right? And we're capitalists, right? You're privatized ownership. You bought it, it's yours. Do what you want with it. And then Trump saying, "Oh well, if you burn an American flag, you're going to jail."
He's insecure. He has no idea what the Constitution means.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's and it's back to the fascism thing we talked about before. I mean, it's a very interesting way of the way things are falling into place for me, anyways. As a person who enjoys political ideology,
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of things are lining up. To me, I mean, but some people may view that differently. Some people may think it. I mean, I saw somebody say, "If you burn your flag, you hate your country." Not necessarily. I mean, there are people that, burn the Mexican flag. They don't hate Mexico. They just hate the cartels in Mexico. Right?
Yeah.
So I mean, but for that, I don't know what I'm losing track of thought here. I'm trying to I keep because your chat's so active and it's I see why you kind of are slow with me sometimes because I mean I would.
I honestly, man, like in order to have the conversations that I have, I just zone out and like zone into like our conversations and I don't read chat. So that's what what actually happens.
I'm sure you have a lot of. I'm sure if you are, I don't know how long you're going to be on here. For me, it's 4:24 right now. So
I got 2 other people coming up, and so like you for a couple other minutes, and then them for like another 10, and then Southern. I was gonna get you after this, but if you want, we can do it. Anyway, sorry about that. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely. But yeah, I mean, it's just like I think the world should be very like viewed in a way of which we're not just holding like we're not playing pick and choose and make believe with who we're judging and who we're not judging, right? Like we're gonna fairly judge everyone, right? Because these flags shouldn't exist, right? Flags that were used for hatred shouldn't exist. That's why you don't see 1940s Germany flags. That's why you don't see 1940s Italy flags. That's why you don't see Spain's flag under Franco, and you don't see a lot of these flags that were used for very negative things. And I mean, China got a lot of backlash for it in the 70s, and that's why they had to change their flag so many times. Because I mean, a lot of their flags have been used for some pretty negative things. I mean, if you look at the Chinese history. But yeah, man, I'll drop down here actually, and because I'm very interested in what some of these other people have to say, and then hang out until you end the live. Honestly, I don't got much to do.
Cool, sweet, thanks, man. Yeah, I think the flag burning stuff. It's like it's just so much insecurity, and I think that it's a it's a First Amendment violation. I mean, straight up. I mean, it just is. It doesn't make any sense to me. It's already been settled with the Supreme Court. There's really no reason to. I don't understand. Again, like it's another thing where the president doesn't have the executive order in order to pass a law that it makes something illegal. Like he can't do that. Like that's just it's just yet another encroachment into the like unitary executive theory where it's just all with the president, and these people have no idea what our Constitution was or what it is. And honestly, the biggest problem that I see is kind of like where the Democrats go, and the fact that do we play like with the Constitution as it currently is, or do we try to go back to the Constitution as like this, how it was, 20 years ago or something? Because basically, if we do that, if the Democrats go back to the old Constitution, we're not using the modern Constitution and the modern constitutional reading. And so then you basically have the Democrats and the Republicans playing by two different sets of rules. And that's something that I don't think people will sit well with. And I don't think that in the population, I don't think the Democratic Party, I don't think that a lot of people would be okay with the Democrats coming in and being like, okay, guys, everything has to grind to a halt. We got to make sure that everything is okayed by the Senate parliamentarian again. We got to make sure that everything is really, we got to check with every single court. I think that people want kind of like we're going to break things and you better try to stop us kind of like approach. And personally, I don't like that. I think that it's instability. Like the biggest problem is instability in a democracy when you have like these authoritarian kind of takeovers. And I think it's bad like for stability in the country. Basically, it's going to cause like a civil war. But I think that's what people want, man. I think that's what's going to happen.
Yeah. I mean, you can see that throughout. I mean, just open any history book about any nation that lived longer than 100 years. I mean, you'll see that the only reason that nation no longer exists, that empire no longer exists, is because of internal conflict, right? The people couldn't come to an understanding, and there was too much internal conflict. Yeah. And you have internal conflict that increases the risk of external conflict, and that's what really crushes you, as an empire would pertain. But yeah, man, it's absolutely insane. And I did someone in the chat say, what about the terrible things that America has done? By fairly judging, I mean judge everyone, right? And I'll judge the American flag all day, right? We have done terrible things under that flag. Absolutely, we have. I mean, look at Vietnam, right? I mean, there was no need for us to be in Vietnam. The only reason we were in Vietnam is because of, the fear of communist expansion. That was the only reason we had for Vietnam.
Go ahead.
Yeah, but I was just gonna say, just to wrap everything up, and just drop down. Levi, do you hate America? No, I don't hate America. I think America can be a beautiful place. I think America is one of the greatest nations in the world because we get to have conversations like these.
Yeah,
we get to have these conversations uninterrupted, checked, because we are the American people, right? The American people are supposed to be the people that are going to lead the nation, not somebody called the United States government an oligarchy the other day, and I mean, I can understand his point to some degree.
Yeah, I think the Democratic Party and like I guess liberals as the more unitary term. Like, I think they do a really poor job of. We do a poor job of not wrapping our critiques in patriotism. Like the idea of we want to make changes because we love this country and we think that it can be better. Like for example, like imagine you were in a club, like just like a club, like a car club or something, and you were not in the club, and you're making critiques on the club, saying how this club sucks, how it's awful. This is like the worst cars I've ever seen. I never would want to see any of your cars. And I don't know why anyone would join your stupid club. Why would anyone in the club then listen to your thoughtful critiques on this is what I think the car club could do better. You guys should have a change your meeting time in order to better placate and have more people there. People would be like, I don't care about your new addition, bro. You're not even for the club, you know. So that's kind of like what it feels like when like Democrats or liberals or something like don't embrace like patriotism. And I do think that, by the way, it is like overblown. A lot of the Republican Party patriotism is fake. Obviously, they don't even fly American flags; they fly Trump flags. So you actually look at pictures of Trump rallies, and it's like maybe 1 out of 20 flags are an American flag. It's like, I mean, it's just wild. So I think that it is kind of like a problem, but I also think it's kind of manufactured. But the leftists online are explicitly anti-American and anti-West, and it's like. That blows my mind. Like nobody is going to be like, oh, let's listen to this guy and like bring him into the fray if he's not in the club.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I can absolutely agree. I mean, and there's no. I mean, I agree. I was really thinking about that question in chat because somebody said I can't tell where Levi stands, and I just for everybody here, if anybody's curious, I'm incredibly neutral when it comes to political ideas and views. I'm incredibly neutral, right? Mm-hmm. Some things I will say, yeah, sure, Trump has done some good things for the country. But has Trump also done really bad things for the country? Yes. Has Joe Biden done bad things for the country? Yes. Has Obama done bad things for the country? Yes. Right? I mean, I think that anybody that sways one way or another is, uneducated. Because, I mean, you can't formulate an opinion off of, internal bias, right? So I think that alone, I think everyone should try to be more neutral in their politics. And not even just with politics, right? Just with kind of a lot of things, right? Just be more neutral in understanding different, ideas, right? Because I mean, you can learn a lot from being a little more neutral than and just having a complete bias towards something, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that was me.
Yeah, I think, like Sid, I think that respectability politics has been tried and failed. Unfortunately, it doesn't work. I think it's really frustrating because the Democratic Party was actually like under Biden, like the most successful legislative president that's ever been since LBJ. Yeah. And like the problem with the Democratic Party actually wasn't with POTUS. It wasn't with legislation passing. It was the actions, the executive actions to actually spend that money and to use that money or like for the economic development that it was legally tied to. So, that's why out of the $700 billion they had set aside between the Inflation Reduction Act and the infrastructure bill, 70% of it was going to Republican states. But 500 billion of that went to like pay for tax cuts for billionaires instead, because it just wasn't spent. The tax credits were still there. So the Trump administration basically raided it as like a coffer and gave it straight to billionaire tax cuts. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I can agree with that. I mean, and now if somebody from, the Republican Party told me it's something that, great the Republican Party did, and I was like, yeah, I mean, I can agree, you know what I mean? And that's what I mean by, neutrality. I mean, it's not to say that I don't have a moral compass and I don't understand what is good and bad, right? Like, telling people that, vaccines are bad, that's bad, right? That should never have happened, right? Whatever it may be with these kinds of things, I mean, good and bad is definitely a thing, is an objective truth, right? I mean, there's no. I think that there can be subjectivity within, good and bad, but I mean, to that same degree, I mean, I think as a, society in the United States, we kind of have a common understanding of what is good and bad. And I mean, anyone that says, a shot to heal you is bad is just ridiculous. I mean, you know what I mean? And not taking a stance against fascism and dictatorship is also bad. I do have a strong stance against fascism. Actually, I speak out about it quite a bit. Actually, I don't know if you were in here the last time. I said that the United States is falling into fascism. Actually, but I do take stances on things that I do deem to be bad and evil. While some things that I can see a gray area, I tend to be a little more neutral within those things.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I will let some other people come up though. I don't want to take up too much time.
It's all good, bro. But I'm gonna shut it down. But thank you, man. Thank you for coming on. I appreciate the talk.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate all the time I've had. I appreciate the comments interacting. That was fun.
Nice, man. Awesome, man. Well, I'll talk to you soon. Okay.
All right, see you, man.
Peace.
Have a good one.
All right, guys. That's it. We did it again. That's wild. That's wild. How did we hung out? How are 300 of you guys here hanging out after GT stream? We went from 100 to 300 and you guys all stayed. You guys all stayed. Every single one of you, you all stayed. You love me. You really, really love me. No, I'm just kidding. You guys love this community and you love being here and I appreciate you. I have it's true. It's true. Oh, thank you, GT. Thank you. Thank you, man. Thank you, guys. Let's do one more thing for you guys. This is for you guys. This is your time. Just want to thank you guys so much. Want to thank our latest subscriber, Corey. Guys, you remember we met Corey today. What a legend that guy is. I gave him a follow, guys. You should follow him too. He's doing all his updates on there. Man, that guy is giving back to his community and he's making things so cool. Check him out. Check out Corey's page, guys. Top gifters, thank you guys so much. NB, Lynn, Jennifer, Casey, Rylene, Jen, Alina, Sheepadoodle, Maiden. Thank you for 1 like, 100 likes, 1,000 likes, 12,000 likes. Ashley, oh my gosh. NB Kami, oh my gosh, 9,000 likes. Aline, 9,000 likes. Jen, 9,000 likes. Incredible. Heather, Maiden, Charity, Ducray, Lilybeth, thank you guys so much. Here is my link tree right here, and that has all my stuff on it. So that's the link to my Discord. We can all hang out. That's where my show notes are. So if you wanted to follow along, you wanted to learn what's going on, that's a good place to figure it out. Our primary sources, nice. Brandy's using that's the lab photo. That's the lab photo. My primary sources that we use, that we talk about, science discussion. We talk about science there. Also, there's my YouTube archive. So this, if you missed a segment, we had like 4 conversations that were just super heavy, emotional, incredible, like all back to back. Oh, thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the gift. And that was an incredible string. I think that there was like an hour there that was like super emotional and heavy and amazing. Yeah, check out this VOD for real. That was a really cool one. And my publications. I'm an actual scientist, guys. I move small amounts of liquid from one tube to another. And that's what they gave you a PhD for. So it's wild. I know. It's wild. And then thank you guys. Thank you guys so much. Oh, Kate, thank you. Thank you for saying that. I am an actual person. This is very true. Guys, you know what time it is? 250,000 likes. Oh my gosh, that is crazy. I think that's the most that we've ever gotten. That was the most that we've ever gotten. I think that's it, guys. That's it. We did it. We did another one. We did it again. I can't believe we did it again. Another night, another crazy show. Every day. Just been so much fun. I am AI. It's been true. Everything that you've heard about me is true. Hit 300,000 last night? I didn't even know. Oh my gosh. Wow, Jen. Thank you. Thank you for correcting me. Wow. Unbelievable. You guys. Thank you. Thank you. See you tomorrow? Tomorrow, let's do it again. Fine. No. I'll see you there. I'll see you there. No, in the back. Yeah, you. Yeah, you. Let's do it. Okay. We really should, though. It's going to be fun. Let's do it. All right. Peace. Put your V's up. Puppies. See ya.